Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How are folks today? PF Dennis and Arthur, hey Tuxedo and Delmar, Andres and Bill, Unk, Rod. How are folks? We got Dr. Dave, and Just G, Andres, Papa, Nurglerot. How are folks? Don't Knock It and Brian and Martin. Hey Reth, Coyle and Webster, Malfrey, Delvin, Bryce, Biney, Apollo. What else do we have? Did I see? Mitchell, Poity. Hey Poity. Long time no talk. Hey Randy and Brent. Hey Turtle. Andrew and Beartastic and Paul. Maurice, thanks for being a member. Hey Derek. Hey Papa and Emin. Killerprints. Roll call. Yes. Yes, let's do a roll call. Hey, Cheesy Potato and Caldwell. Who else do we have? Fusion Lit, Maddie, Brian, Joffrey, Alex, Brent, Collie. So we're back on the Blackbox build, and we will be continuing. I was hoping to get through part 3 last stream, but we got through part 1, so we have some time to make up today. Demlar is here. Awesome. Demlar is here. One huge class. Hey, Garrett. Since today is Cinco de Mayo, I want to let y'all know that the coupon Steve turns my Cinco de Mayo sale from 25% into 35% off. And that's the last of my spam. Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate that. So it's Steve at pexpeppers.com. We'll get you an extra 10% off the existing sale. Did Phoenix take wings? Phoenix is over here. I'm kind of starting my rearranging, trying to make room in here. So, oh, Steve builds. Coupon Steve builds. Hey, Kevin. Joseph. Collie, thanks for being a member. So, that's how we roll call. Yes. There's definitely some jokes to that. Hey, Igor. Re-deranging. For those of you that are members, if you haven't seen it, I did do a standalone video. There's not a lot to it, but it is a continuation of the Fusion content that I did last Tuesday. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. Let me know what you think. That will go public on Tuesday. So Tuesday morning, it's scheduled to go public. Right now it's ad-free. I will be turning on ads. The purpose of, I want to see how YouTube reacts to it. And I don't think that YouTube's going to react as well if it's ad-free. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, for members, it's ad-free until Tuesday. I don't think you realize the withdrawals we went through while you were at Rocky Mountain. It was an interesting watch. Good. Hey, my tech review. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Enjoyed the new video for the USB part. Awesome. Awesome. So I have ideas for other things that I'll release. There's no schedule. I'm not putting myself on any pressure to have a video out a week or anything like that. I'm going to release things. There might be a spurt of things, but we'll see. With all the expansion with new machines, have you decided to relocate the studio permanently to this space, or you'll be revisiting your old space? The hope is to revisit the old space. So, pretty smooth to produce. It was. There's a couple of glitches, little learning curve things, but I think it'll get better. As long as I put some realistic expectations on myself that I don't need to match the other videos I see online. There are some amazing content creators out there, and especially in this space. And I just have to realize that I'm not going to be able to, I'm going to have to work up to that. That's what I need to do. And I can't just dive in at that level. So to get something out there is better than to not. So PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. When you're ready, then you should release. Never ever rush anything. Yeah, exactly. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. There is a good enough level, and there has to be. And you all know that I have this definite need for things to be just right, and I have to set that aside a little bit if I'm gonna actually get anything done. So And the challenge will be being able to do that. And I think I can. So yeah, 80-20 rule. So in between streams, so we have the black box frame. So I'm gonna get my workout again today. Let's see what kind of view we can get here. Here is the frame. This is the front of the frame. Hey, Jeff. This is the progress we made. Now, the hiccup that we ran into on last Sunday was that the bolt holes for these 2060 extrusions were not drilled in the correct location. They were drilled about 9 millimeters in from the end of the extrusion, and they should have been 11. So I fixed that. Time for a visit at the barber soon. Oh, my hair's looking great. It's still nice. It's above my ears. We're doing good. Hey, John. Volume's very low. What? Why is the volume very low? It's the same as any other. This is even the microphone that should work. So, yeah. Hey, Bruno. Volume check. Really? I didn't change anything. And this is the microphone that worked better last time. Audio is good? Okay. The beard, what? It's got it down to here. This is when I'll trim it. When you can know, when we can only see wars, then it's time to trim it. It's lower than usual. That's what you said last time. Clear but quieter. It's not changed, honestly. And it's maxed out. I need to figure out something else I can do because I've maxed out the gain in OBS. ZZ Steve. Anyway, these extrusions needed to be fixed. So I've got a little video. I took a video of it so I can show you the setup. I did this on the Milo. I spent some time and received some help. Turtle helped a bit. Modbot Daniel was on when I was working on it for a bit. And I guess, is the beard filtering the sound? Oh, it could be. Interesting. We'll have to see what I do about that. That is interesting. So this is the setup. I used the new fixture plate from Fabrico and some Saunders Machine Works vise. And then I used a M6 bolt threaded into one of the holes as my indexing point. So I could just swap out extrusion ends and extrusions to repeat the cut. So we'll just go through. This is only a very short video here, and I've turned off the sound. So it'll be basically the process of the machine coming back from doing the tool height, and now it's gonna go in here. Now this cut is not optimized. We had some problems with memory on the controller. So it is making many extra moves that I didn't have to have it do. But it did the job. It is the first aluminum cut on this machine, and it did well. So they do make a beard mounted mic. Yeah, I can clip it to my beard. So anyway, the only two holes that the two outer holes are the only ones that needed to be modified. So, and this worked really well. I used a 3 millimeter single flute bit, the one that came with the Milo kit, and it worked really awesome. Hey, Rushmere. Hey, Josh. Hey, James. MJ. So it's gonna do this. I'm gonna, the video will end here in another 15 seconds. We'll just go through, and then it went over to do the other side. And I didn't take the whole cut. I was starting a millimeter above, and I was taking 0.4 millimeter passes. The boring op failed, Bruno, and it's because the memory in the controller, and that finished. the memory in the controller that came in the kit, Millennium OS takes up a bunch of memory too. So the plan is to probably swap out that controller. I have a Mellow Super 5 and it has the 723, the STM 723 chip, which has more memory. We're gonna try that. It also has the ability to run in SBC mode. So I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if the, I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if in SBC mode, if the memory would be an issue at all, even with this controller. But this controller doesn't support SBC mode. At least it doesn't have the header. So the Mellow CDY V3 is what's in there right now, Bruno. So, hey Laura, hey Sean. So, seems like a drill press would be faster and easier to do the same thing. It's not, Projects in Dad's Garage, because this is not a full cut. It's only 2 millimeters over, which means a drill, especially at 3 millimeters, is going to want to wander. It's going to want to flex to the side. It's not a fully supported cut, so a drill could have been made to work, not as cleanly, and I wouldn't have gotten experience using the Milo. So we wanted to finish up yesterday, and this toolpath got the job done. Yep. So choice of the CDY rather than the Super 5 or Duet 3.6 older wimpy controller. Yeah, and the cost difference between the CDY and the Super 5 is pretty minimum. I'm gonna order a Super 5 to replace the one that I'm gonna use, because I have that scheduled for another project. Jay at Team Gloomy gave it to me and I was gonna use it in my solid fork rebuild. But I'm gonna use it for this, and I'm gonna order another one to use in the solid fork. I had a little problem in my Milo build. I got to tramming and found that I hadn't tightened the Y carriages. Oops. So anyway, that worked really well. Once we got past a couple of little issues. The reason that I'm using the Saunders vise here is because it goes well with my Fabrico fixture plate, but also in the orientation I wanted to cut the extrusions, the Inception vise sticks out the back just a little bit. I could do it, but I was concerned that I might run into a clearance issue at Y. That would be Y min. So all the controllers coming out is why I'm doing my electronics for the Trident last. So many choices. Yeah. Hey TT. What vice cascade we'll use? Whatever you want. Now the build as it was shown at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival has a Saunders Machine Works build plate on it. So it is kind of already spaced out for this vise. So the SM Saunders Machine is SMW vise are about 150 US dollars, I think. About the same price as that Inception. And they are both ridiculously nicely made. The Inception one I got from the company in the UK is really, really nice. And I will use it for stuff that I can fixture in the other direction, in line with the X-axis. But if I have to twist that vise forward to back, I'll probably use this. So it gives me options, is it? Okay, we are back at, we did the frame. We did guide 1 of the frame. Miami vise, or the upcoming Reno vise. Let me bring up, well, that's a loud car. If you guys could hear that. Blackbox and guide. So I had cloned the Blackbox GitHub to the local drive so I can just open these guides from here. I have an Imperial SMW mod vise. I need to probably get the metric one. Yeah. And we finished guide 1, which was which got us through to putting the feet on, and I finished the feet. I also, while we're here, did a quick modeling job and shared with Chris, KB3D, and I'm not 100% trusting of the feet yet, so I'm gonna support those. But I made some TPU feet for these. So they just thread into the bottom. I modeled up some TPU feet. Yeah. Just this is actually Ninja Flex, so it's fairly soft, with just a single hole and then some indexing so it doesn't twist. So there is a seam here. I was putting the seam to the inside. Metric vise still uses imperial bolts. I know. So the only thing that's metric on that is the fixture into the tool plate. The clamping flatheads are 1/4 inch. Well, the hex driver I use, and then the jaws bolt on with imperial fasteners as well. Influencers can't possibly drive that many people to buy stuff. That's ridiculous. And do I need to buy something? Did TPU feet for my 2.4? Yep, I've printed quite a few. Most of my V0s have TPU feet because those, I never wanted to just order the little pre-made feet, and TPU worked perfectly fine. Okay, so I have feet on all corners now, so I'm not going to be dragging the hard feet around. I modified and then bolted the frame back together and made sure everything was square. So everything should be good. So with that, we're gonna get on to part 2. So let me close that and that. Let's open up guide 2, which is the Z-axis motion. Okay. Any plans on building a wire EDM? A wire EDM sounds really fun. I have no idea. I have nothing in the plans at the moment. Okay, so we have all this stuff, and I need to figure out which printed bag. So you're recommending a Super 5 on building Casa, so timing is good. I'm not recommending that, Josh, because there isn't a config for it. I am going to put a Super 5 in there, and hopefully, as far as the Milo dev team knows, there aren't any, they haven't tried it. So I would be on my own. I'm comfortable with making those config changes. If I'm successful, I will absolutely share, but I don't know when I'm gonna do that. So that's not in the recommended list. I have it, it meets the specs. I will be doing that at some point. I will be doing that when the lack of memory really frustrates me on the Milo when I try to do a job, is probably the what'll happen. Game key. Apollo. You haven't enabled streaming mode on Discord. I have. I am in streaming mode. If you're hearing a notification, it's your own. Config changes between a Super 5 and a CDY should be pretty minimal. Yeah. They have it, everyone can use it. Yep. So, okay. And the Super 5 is absolutely supported in the Team Gloomy ecosystem, so it should be pretty easy. We got a bunch of printed parts. I got a bunch of printed tools. What I had done is I've got these split out by bags. So these are the agate orange parts are tools, and the black parts are printed parts. You can cut anything conductive, really. Bruno, it's the arcs. It's the arcs. But you're right, absolutely, I completely agree. I need to change it. Hey, Danny. Okay, for this section, a small hand vise or small arbor press is listed in tools. I have a small vise. This will be used for pressing linear shafts through bearings. For the through holes of printed parts, verify that a reamer of the same size will fit through. Okay, so we'll be paying attention. We'll be working on clearances for things. And I'm gonna grab I think it's this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the bag we're working on. So I'm gonna put this bag away. And I think I can set this down for a minute. I might as well get my reps in. Get my reps in. They said they have cut that too. And carbon fiber is interesting because you're pretty much going to be melting the epoxy around any conductive carbon. You're not actually cutting the epoxy with that. What I have a question on with that wire EDM is what is the use rate of the brass wire? Yeah. Okay, I had already put heat sets in this. Hey Wolfbutt. Hey Vohu. Locate the pulley reduction part 2 and insert 2 M4 heat sets. I did that. Insert 2 M3 heat sets, did that. And then we're going to grab some bearings and stuff. So I'm going to be locating parts here. So this is the part. I have a couple of M4s in there, a couple of M3s in there, a couple more M3s. I'm hoping motion stuff is in the motion box. They mentioned the use rate of the wire in Nero's video. I watched all of Nero's video. I must have missed it. What is it? Brass wire is inexpensive. Okay, I'm gonna guess that might actually be the 40 tooth pulley with a 5mm bore. There we go. Right on top. I've got a bunch of other ones. 40 tooth with an 8mm bore, 20 tooth with a 5mm bore. I've got some bearings, which kind? 5x10x4. There we are. Is that a flange bearing? It looks like it needs to be a flange bearing. There's a flange there. A pocket for a flange. So let's go with that. 2 of these, I think. I like these little vials. Those I'm going to keep around, and I'm sure they'll sit somewhere and collect dust, but I'd like to think they'll be useful. Okay, so that's in there. They said a kilogram spool will last about Y amount of time. Okay, that's a nice, good tight fit, but they go in basically by hand. I don't know if I had to put both of those in or not. Locate the 77 tooth loop belt and place it around the GT240 with the 5mm bore. Do I have to place it around and leave it there? Or I got some belts here. This, yep, that's the 154. Are these all pouch? Doesn't look like it. This one's pouch. This one's not labeled pouch. It might still be. Hey, Dark Sky Steve. Hey, Leon. Random question. Do you know and think of the Mellowfly SHT? Unfortunately named SHT36. Decided to die on a 24-hour job lately. I have not used the SHT36. I've used their SB2040, but not that one. Plain old mild steel and aluminum are expensive materials. I don't want to be screwing up really expensive materials. Yeah. Hey, Lucas. Would be good for those bearings. You're right. The Nimbix pliers would be good for those bearings. Let's make sure they're in there good. And then find out that I have to pull them out. There we go. How was the SB2040? V1 failed. Both of them failed on me. They were fixable by me. V2, they've been working fine. And also the V2s have been running a lot cooler for me as well than the V1s did. John, welcome. I'll see you in about 6 weeks, right? Open sauce. Okay. What's the next step here? Hey, the GPs. How you doing? Place into the printed part with the hub facing towards the right. The pulley can only fit in the part one way. Press the 5x70mm linear shaft through the printed part and through the pulley until it just protrudes from the hub of the pulley. Okay, so we're gonna find, I'm gonna grab this. V1's had a crappy 5-volt regulator that would overheat V2. They fixed it and V3 is even better. There's a V3 now? Well, I ditched the Super 8 that was in the Tridex is the printer that I was using those in. The tool head boards are still there, but the Super 8 was the cause of my X shifting when I home Y problem. I don't know why, but it's a very frustrating problem. There's an octopus in there now. Probably bring the Sony. I ordered some stuff last night. I'll talk about that later when John goes and takes his kid to the park. I don't know why. Maybe that's your problem. That's true. Mello has a 2040 V3 that'll do Clipper and RepRap firmware and scanning ZPrep. Oh, okay, that one. Okay. Is there an easier way to add open and or closed loop belts in CAD when designing custom paths? No, there's not an easy way. I need to find the 70mm shaft. Is it in here or is it in another box? Hey, Luke. It appears to be in another box. So let's see that there. And where are the electronics, miscellaneous, and other? Let's see if it's in here. Yontek, how are you? Miscellaneous and other. Ooh, that little tap is special. I'm going to keep that out because I know I'm going to need it at some point. Is that something you could potentially cover in a future CAD stream? Modeling belts? Maybe. How does a T1 head home X against T0 the other side of the gantry? It homes it against the other tool head. Hey Luke, do you remember what box the shafts were in? What's that? Extrusions here. Boxes. Hey, Rob. These extrusions out of the way. Oh, I don't know if that came through, but that was loud. I'm sorry. Hopefully the sound deadening or noise cancellation did the job. Luckily my floor is epoxy coated, so it didn't scratch it up. The brown one, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Jack Black. Hey, Rob. Someone knows Joseph Greiner Discord name. I need to ask him something. Where, oh, where are those? I have fasteners in here. Aha! Found them. I got a whole bag of them. All the airdrops straight to places. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. 70, 5x70, that guy right there. All the shafts would be in the motion box. They are not. They were in a separate bag. No, got a shaft here, goes through here, but it goes through this side. So that's gonna go there. This is gonna go in here. That's got a tuck in there because it doesn't have room otherwise. And they say to move this just that far. Now, hopefully this all gets located because I don't want that to slide to the side and rub there, but we'll see. No worries. always, I had just listened to music earlier, so amp was on max. Oops. Until it just protrudes, locate the 94. Oh, I need to put a belt through here. That was kind of the whole point of putting this on first. So, pull this back out. Point was to put this belt on here. Now, which way does that go? That looks reasonable. There's no reference, so I'm gonna pick, whichever way I pick is gonna be wrong, so that's okay. So that goes there, and then I need a 16 tooth pulley. That is one of these guys with a 5mm bore. Okay, well, you're building the European version of this printer. The European version? What's European about it? Okay, what's the thinger here, John? Make sure I don't lose these grub screws. I'm gonna want to go through and put some Loctite on those, but I'm test fitting now. Hey, Spectra. Make sure I don't, there we are. Don't cross thread those. Keep the grub screws in your candy for safekeeping. Yes. Yes, CE is the mark to say that a product is qualified for sale in Europe for safety. That's a stretch there, John. We are building a tool changing printer. I am going to Loctite the grub screws. Let's see. Insert a flange, bearing into the pocket on the right face. Insert the T-pulley into the printed part and the hub facing the hub of the 40-tooth pulley. Continue to press through and through. Squeeze each end of the centered in the printed part. Locate the two printed pulley reduction. You will notice that one face of these printed parts has a recess. Oh, okay, I see there. So let's go back to here. So now we're going to take the other belt that was in here. Strange to call a product a CE version. Community edition. Community edition. So the CE mark was a Chinese mark that they just stick on anything with wires in it. Okay, so that's going to go across there. Center that. These aren't held in place yet because I don't know where they need to be, but our belts are coming through, and I think one of these is going to come out the other side or something like that. They are, let's have the belt text facing each other, I guess. Sure. Hey, Jordan. It's 4 a.m. Monday. Should go to sleep. I want to make money and buy more printers. One pie that survived, not sure what they had against the bottom crust. Okay. So then there are a couple of other parts here. Just pull this open here. These two parts. These have a little recess in the part there. So also going to take my file and just get rid of any stuff, get the what I was sanding last on that. Just make sure these are nice and flat. Do you have a recommended pair of scissors? I like these crescent widths. What's that? You can get these. I'm pretty sure you can get these on Amazon. Are you gonna focus? There, CW10T. I need new ones. I've abused these. Like savory pie more than sweet. Okay, so that is not centered, so we'll just make sure that this goes on centered. And it just makes sure that those bearings stay in place, it looks like. And we're gonna go with M3x8s. Put those in. M3x8s. Ooh. Let's get the chair over here. I'm just going to surround myself with all the fasteners. These must be in 3x8s. Bottom in 3x8, yep. Hey, Iconic Fab. If I can get my stuff together, I'm going to be starting on my controller test station on Tuesday. I've been working on this for almost 2 years now. So I'm using the Tuesday stream as the motivation to get it done. And that will be an interesting series because I don't know exactly how it's going to go. It's not done, and it's going to be one of those things that I'm going to make it work and then iterate on it over time as I need it. Okay, so those on there. Oh, well, that was interesting. I'm not going to touch it and hope it's okay. It just felt weird. Where I can learn stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be going through with my plan as it is. I've had everything printed for a very long time. What's been holding me off is I haven't cut the extrusions yet, which I get to do after stream today. Okay, so those go on there, and then rotate the assembly, insert the printed pulley reduction 40 tooth installation tool between the flat face of the oh, sorry. Oh yeah. Pulley and the printed pulley reduction part 2. Okay. This goes here. This goes in here. So this is that tool. And that goes in there. That shaft needs to stay centered. So I'm sticking my pinky in there, I guess. That's the left-hand version of the CW10T. Nice. From the rear side, secure the 40, so apply medium strength Loctite. Let's see if I can still use this at all. It is probably, no, it's got some, it seems fine. Let's take one of these. Fun fact, the crust on the Cornish pastry was originally meant to be held by miners down the mine with dirty hands and then thrown away. Okay, that's there. Make sure that that stays centered. And that goes right there. It's not staying centered. There we go. One. Go. So that's going to go there. That is centered. The smaller pulley is backwards. No, it said, hold on a second. I was looking at the pictures, but here. This said, insert the GT2 16 tooth pulley into the printed part with the hub facing the hub of the 40 tooth pulley. With the hub facing the hub. I read that. Am I reading that wrong? With the hub facing the hub, continue to press. So the hub, but the pictures show otherwise. So I think based on the cutouts in the part, it's absolutely wrong. But I was actually reading the manual needs to change, it sounds like. I would interpret that as hub facing hub, right? Would you? I gotta fix it. So let's loosen these. Pictures overrule the text. Well, not necessarily, but actually seeing how the part is shaped makes sense that the picture is correct. So, okay, so that is in line the same way. That goes like that. Let's put the text the same way this time. That'll go in here like this. There we go. Put this guy back in here, that there, and center the shaft in there. Let's assume it's just a revision. You taking notes this time, Porty? Okay, so that's on there. I'm not sure what's going to keep this from rubbing against one side, or if it's just the belts are going to kind of, it'll be allowed to float. Could be okay. It could be okay. Rotated, printed between the flat face. I did that. From the rear side, secure with the apply medium strength. Hold the 42 pulley tight to the left of the pulley reduction. Tighten the M4x6 set screws. You may need to rotate to access those screws. That's fine. We just did that. Rotate the assembly is insert the printed pulley reduction 16, this little thin part, in between them. So this guy. PC Van Vliet. So this guy's gonna go in there, and then that pulley is gonna get held in there. So let's line these up so that the grub screws are in line with each other. And tighten this one. M4D mic. And that one. Oh, so I tightened the one. Let's get some Loctite on here. Some on the side of that. So it's in place now. There we go. Yep, and we have, again, a Polymaker filament giveaway at the 3-hour mark, which is about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. We are at 250 people right now, but I'm sure we'll hit 300, so let's aim for that 300 likes. How old is this design? The original design is from 2016, 2017. Get the extra little bits of Loctite out from there. It was released in 2017, but this update has been revised over the years and is being released now as the community edition. Hey, Elmas, those Loctite sticks, I think my wife took it and used it as chapstick. I hope not. It's all been redesigned over the past year to two, yeah. Okay, rear side, secure. So the feedback from last stream is there are a lot of words in this documentation. It can be trimmed down quite a bit and still get the the message across. It repeats, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but yeah. M4D Mike, thanks for being a member. You may need to rotate like this. You may need to rotate the 16-tooth pulley to access one or both of the screws in the hub. You really need to say that. Tighten both screws. Up here, Poity, where is this? Here, right here. Insert the GT2 16-tooth pulley into the printed part with the hub facing the hub of the 40-tooth pulley. It's not hub to hub. It's the other way. It's in the same orientation as the 40-tooth. So that's what got me. I was reading more than looking at the pictures. Okay, down here. That is secured. Remove the printed pulley reduction installation tools. Place the printed pulley reduction part 1 on top and secure with M4x20s. So what direction is this? It's this way. Okay. So that goes like that. Like that. And then we get this guy here. This is going to go. Are there 2 of these? Uh-oh. Maybe I have another one. Is there another one in the other bag of parts? We've got a problem. Do we? No, we don't. I was holding it the wrong way. It goes this way. I was holding it the wrong way. This goes on there. Here, Chapman. Great Fusion videos midweek. Learned some things. Awesome. Looked like it was written by my researcher wife, so verbose. I am 4x20. Where are the M4x20s? They are right here. For dark parts in CAD. So these instructions are being revised. Poity here is instrumental in helping with that, I believe. When we get further in the guides, we'll see the new style. These just haven't been done yet. So we are going to put those in, and then we're going to get on to that. So just an M4x20s in here. Aerospace and all the CAD. Whoa, oops. So I'm gonna, since it seems like it should be, this back surface here feels like it's the surface that should be flush. Go. On the pages, maybe a good idea too. We do look at those electronically, but it's easier to see on a page. The top of the window. Oh yeah. Okay, set the pulley reduction assembly aside. Okay. Is that aside enough? It's off camera, so it must be aside. Place the printed Z-axis motor installation tool onto the shaft of the NEMA 17 motor. Which NEMA 17? Do we have a few steppers here? Few. We've got those 2 are the same. This is our, oh, that's our little. This is, I didn't show this before, but ain't that cute? It's a NEMA 8. What is that? Here. That's a NEMA 8. This is a NEMA 14. And that's NEMA 17. Ever seen one of those before? Yeah, we'll be using that later on. I don't know if we'll get to that today or not. Probably not. This for the tool, yep, for the lock. Where is the other? That's the 8. Oh, there they are. I just want to make sure I know what steppers I have. Put this one away. That's a moon stepper for another project. So we have these 3, I think, are, what is this? Oh, that's a pancake stepper for the extruder. I have NEMA 8s on my second SK Cube. Okay. The whole stepper family. We could go, here, let's do this. This will be a good comparison. Got a NEMA 8 and a NEMA 23. You leave your other steppers unsupervised. This versus the stepper they tell you not to worry about. Okay, so these are the ones, so it would be handy probably if this said which stepper it was. Are these all the same? Yeah, they appear to all have the same wires. It's not the size that matters. Steve shrunk the motors. Bye-bye. Okay. So we have that, and then we have another tool. Itty bitty tool. This goes on there as a pulley spacer. Hey, Jay. Okay. And then we have a GT2 16-tooth pulley with 5mm bore. Line one of the set screw holes with the flat. Yeah, all the words. Keep the hub. Set the pulley, tighten both. Okay, so we're gonna grab another one of these or the 16-tooth pulleys. I'm just gonna go straight for the Loctite on these, since it's pretty straightforward how they're put on. Now we may have to do some final alignment on this later, but you make a T-blaster. I am almost ready to start printing parts for the next blaster build. Way too much on that. Where's my... Oh. I will be printing those on my Mercury 1, which I've been kind of refreshing a few things. I'll post some pictures when I'm done. Okay, so that on there. 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 That is, I don't like that. So, little problem here, and I'm pretty sure, let's find out. Let's find out how much of a problem it is. I'm pretty sure the flat on that stepper falls right on the edge of where that grub screw is. So we're not actually going to be tightening down onto the flat. You see that? Pretty sure when I go down there, I'm hitting the edge of that flat. Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. Pick colors yet for the SBL? Yeah, mostly. What's your favorite blaster that you have built so far? The slab. The slab is the most fun. I don't know the history of empanadas. Jay, thanks for the gifted memberships. Did I miss anything else here? Okay. Thought that was called an apartment. It's worth not aligning in the. Is it worth not aligning it to the flat in this case? No, because belt alignment trumps the securing it to the stepper. I'm just gonna tighten that there and tighten the other side. And let's tighten it there and let's find out, where is it tightening? If it's tightening onto the flat, then it's really close. So I tightened that pretty good. Now I'm loosening it up and let's find out where that was. Get my glasses, get a better view. It is tightening onto the edge of the, let's see if I can, you see that spot? Right there is where it's tightening. Right there is where it's tightening, right onto the edge. So it will be fine. It's not ideal. Shouldn't use shaft with flats as the imbalance add resonance. Really? That will be okay. Like I said, not ideal. It'll be fine. Just needs a file and elbow grease. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it. Okay. Orient the motors below with connector. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Orient the motor as below with connection for wiring harness facing you. Place the printed Z-axis motor mount onto there. Right like this. And that has got some stuff. So let's get rid of that. This thing is cool. Mostly, I wouldn't buy another one. It is just doesn't have enough oomph. Let's see if we can. That battery might be on the edge as well. Let's go with my 10 amp hour batteries. Ooh, that makes a difference. There we go. When doing this, it's most effective to either do high heat for a very short period of time, or to set it on a build plate and just let it bake there at 100 C for an hour. There we go. Okay. It is convenient, but with the bigger battery, I admit it was much better with the big battery. Make sure all this is nice and flat. Okay, so those are M3 by 10s that go on here. Really? M3 by 10s? M3 by 10s, yeah. I guess that's probably about 3 millimeters to stick out. Okay, wire towards you, and 3 by 10s. Yeah, that is tightening. I suppose in 3 by 8s wouldn't have been better. little butane torch to use a lighter cartridge mostly. I've been using this as well. I found it's a little too much though. But it's very easy to put a little glossy spot on the part. What's that? I have a heat gun capable of setting stuff on fire in about 30 seconds on high. Best show ever. What show? Just need to find Steve a Heidi. Someone put a label on it. Binford 9000. Okay, so that's that. Now I saw the comment, Obi-Wan, about going against the round part of the shaft on both of those as well. That's valid. I'm not going to change it. I think it'll be fine. This is Z. It's not moving. Kobe. Z-axis drive shaft. So set the Z-axis motor assembly aside. Okay, I'll put it over here with its friend, the other setup. Turn your assembled frame upside down and orient the front towards you. Insert 2 M4 slot 6 roll-in nuts. Place the EF10 bearing on top of the left 2060 extrusion. And place a printed EF10 linear into each of the mounting holes. Okay. Let me make some room here on my bench then. Go there. These can all go in the trash. There, there. So, on the front, the top with the front towards me doesn't make sense? Or has he got to spend some time at Micro Center with friends from Armchair Engineering? Who, me? That's not me. Oh, I know. I absolutely know the show Home Improvement. That's right in my age range. It does have a drive shaft, yep. Here we go. At Murph. No, I didn't go to Micro Center at all. I did not. Okay, let's see here again. So this goes to this side. Okay. Set, and in the, it looks like in the center slot, we want 2 M4 slot 6 nuts. Organized shop storage is a lot more work than I expected. Oh boy, I'm so far behind on doing that. It's not a blaster, it's a remote foam cylinder relocation device. There we go, that works. Foam cylinder relocation device. And then we should have one of these guys. With some hardware in there, it looks like. That's a nut. This. Now, which direction does this go? So this, oops, I guess that goes in there. Okay, so this is an EK08. Okay, place the EF10 bearing. Okay, that's the EK08. Let's find the EF10. Is there an EF10? Oh, there is an EF10. Okay, let me put this away. I grabbed the wrong one. For some reason, I thought there were 2 of them. What do we have here? Tuxedo, thanks for gifted memberships. Remember, YouTube changed it. So now if you happen to not be able to make a stream, you can still receive a gifted membership if you're subscribed. So do we know why this printer frame is using such beefy extrusions? So it is stiff. I don't know the original reason. What was available in the region that it was designed. Smart move by YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I kind of like where they're going with the gifted membership management. It has some work, some distance to go, but yeah. Subscribed with all notifications. That's good. Cool. That explains why I keep getting gifted membership from different channel I never watch live. Yeah, exactly. So if it's all filled up, then it is possible. Now these appear to be symmetric to each side. It's not like the other one. It appears to not matter which direction I bolt this to here. So line up the holes in the M4 slot 6 with mounting holes on the EF10 bearing. So I don't know exactly how this is going to bolt in, but let's find out. I like beefy extrusions. I don't need to move my printers often. And hi, Bob. How are you? Place a printed EF10 liner. Okay, so that's what these are. Printed EF10 liner. I've got a bunch of pieces here. I think these are the liners. So it's a little picture here of which of these is the part we want. I'm guessing it's these. But I've got similar parts here in this batch of printed parts. I'm guessing it's these, and it appears so. So that just adapts these large, what are those, probably 8mm or more holes, so we can bolt in that. Hey, Big Red. I do prefer 3030 over 2020, especially around the 350 bed. Yeah. I just got home. We'll catch up past hour later, I guess. Hope I didn't miss much. No, just kind of working through the build. Okay, M4 by 35 through an M4 fender washer, then through the EF10 liner into the roll-in nut, and then loosely tighten them. M4 by 35. That would be not right there. Okay, that's these anyway. There we go. It's a 40. And 4 by 35s. Oops, I need a fender washer. I did a wax casting of those to model them proper. Neat. And 4 fender washer. What is your recommended way to fix squaring issues on an assembled printer? Ooh, probably lots of fixtures like 1, 2, 3 blocks and clamps to try to get things pulled into place where you can. I like the use here of an M4 washer for underneath the head of these bolts. It's going to distribute the load on this printed part. So this is a good thing. Why isn't that going in? There we go. There we go. Okay. And 4, place the ribs of the printed Z-axis EF10 installation tool. EF10, here we are. Must be this guy. It says EF10 CE. Can I see it? Into the center slot of the 2060 rail between the bearing and the front. So this should go right here. Slide until it is flush. pulley tighten. Okay, so this is going to go to the front. This is going to go right there. Make sure everything is good. This can tighten down here. That can come out of there. See, I don't know if this is a reference enough surface to see if it's actually square on there. It's not square, but I don't know if that's actually square to the rest of the thing. Let's see. It's such a small, such a short distance there, it's hard to tell. I think it might need to be, here, let's put this back in. I want to make sure this is parallel with the extrusion, so maybe I can just do this. Push that there. Let's try that. Use 246 blocks and clamps after a move from Texas to Colorado. Yeah. See if that did a better job. It did. Not quite perfect. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how that, I might come back to adjusting that. I'm not in a perfect way to do it right now. Okay. Remove the printed EF10 installation tool. Locate the printed Z-axis 80-tooth pulley installation tool. That's this guy. Slide the 8x520 linear shaft onto the printed tool. So let me find the linear shaft in here. That is probably this guy right here. This is supposedly 520 millimeters long. Let's confirm. 520. 522. So we'll have to remember that. That says 520. It's actually 522. We'll see if that matters. So install the GT2 80-tooth pulley so that the flat side of the pulley is flush with the printed tool. Coat 2 M5 by 12 millimeter set screws and secure it to there. Okay. 522, so now it's in chat to find. There we go, nice. That must be this guy. And those are not M5 by 12 millimeter set screws, unless there's additional set screws in the hardware box. Let's find out. Are there set screws in here that I should be swapping these for? Because those aren't M5 by 12s. There are a bunch of set screws in here. These are M5 by 12s, so I think they want extra purchase here. So note, I would probably note in the instructions here that the set screws that come with the pulley are not what you should be using. That you should substitute them for the other set screws that come in the box, that come in the kit. Because there are M5 by 12s that come in the kit. I'm guessing since it was called out that that is what we should be doing. Okay, these guys. So this is going to go across that like that. This is first going to go on here like that. that. Tighten that down onto there. We're going to place swords. Rapier. Looks like a fire poker. It's a nice little sword. Five-year-old me would have a blast with this for hours. Okay, so I was making sure that this was fully inserted there, that it is all the way up against there. Get both of these in here. Modern wizard's wand. Yeah. It's a sai. Is that the? Okay. Seen you bend a precision ground shaft. That's true. So that's on there. Jose. There is a heat set in the end here, so you can, if this was a tight fit, you can thread a screw into here to kind of pull it off. But mine was not a tight fit, it was a slip fit. Then use long M3 to press away from to facilitate pulling it off. Place 2 M4 slot 6 roll-in nuts into the center slot of the right 2060. So that's for the EK8 spacer. That's the other one. So we'll grab 2 of these and there's holes in the printed part. Place the printed part EK8 spacer. That's this guy. So that's to match the EF10 is why. So there's a spacer here to bring the level of this part. So if we set this against here, the holes don't line up. But I imagine if we put this on top of here, those probably line up very well. And they do. Yep. Make sure I don't have any artifacts on the top of my print. When I'm doing this, I'm not actually filing away. I'm just kind of gliding it across the top to get any of the little bits of plastic that stick up during the print. So that's going to go there. These two, middle slot here. This guy's going to go on here. That can be used as our guide for right around here. Oops, I put one of those in backwards. There we go. I missed the start. Did you say how you sorted the holes in the extrusions that were in the wrong place? Yep, I used my Milo. If you go to the GPs, if you go to the Discord and search for posts by me, very recently I posted a video doing it, and I shared that video here on stream earlier. But it's easy. I know you're there. You can find it on the Discord of the quick, just one of the operations to mill those holes wider, basically. Okay. Equivalent of using precision stones to remove burrs on metal surfaces. Yep. Place the printed part EK8 spacer on top of the 2060 extrusion and line the holes. Printed part. Wrap the GT2. Oh, okay. Now we get to do all this kind of stuff. When will the Voron aluminum extrusion machine be released? Hey, Steve. Check that out. Good to see the Milo working its magic. Yeah. Oh, we got folks coming in. We got Grant Stream coming in. Hope everyone had a good time with Nomad and Grant talking about the positron. Welcome. Hey, Grant. So I gotta say, I'm looking forward to you building a positron, because then you can start blaming Nomad instead of blaming Steve. Okay, there's a lot to this next step, because we're going to be placing the various printed parts assemblies that we've been working on here into place. Love that build, thank you. Blame Pooch. Let's do likes. We will blame Nomad then, but belt routing is still your fault. You and I still need to do something on that. Don't forget. Okay, we're gonna wrap the 94 tooth belt loop from that reduction assembly around the 80 tooth pulley. It is okay if the pulley reduction is dangling at this point. Good, because it's gonna dangle at some sort of angle. Sorry, I had to. Blame Nero, he's not here to defend himself. This is true. This is gonna go like that. Which means this goes around there, and that's just gonna dangle. But eventually that's gonna go around that like that. Okay, so don't really want that to, it's this side. This almost all the way in here, just so it's not putting as much weight on this bearing. Okay. The bearing guide is present on one side of the EK8 bearing. Orient that side towards the 80 tooth. Okay, so there's an important part here. Hey Amber, welcome. Place the EK8 bearing with assembly installed on top of the printed EK8 spacer. So I've got this guy. So this has two sides to it, and there's a sealed side, and then there is a side with a little spacer in here. Place the EK bearing. Be certain the EK8 bearing is oriented properly over the printed EK8 spacer. Locate the printed liner parts. Okay, so that's the other liner parts. And these have a step in them to match that step. And then they're gonna go through this as well, I imagine. Yep. So that's all gonna go in like that. Hey Jake, welcome. Did you hear me talk about actually using the Milo to make aluminum chips? Did you get summoned? Becoming open source. Be certain the EK8 bearing is oriented properly. Locate the printed EK8 liner parts. Insert an M4x45 with a washer. There was something. If a bearing guide is present on one side of the EK8 bearing, orient that side towards the 80 tooth pulley. Okay, so that's what this thing is. We're gonna locate that this way, and that goes like that. Now we're gonna have to relocate these parts. There. Knew there was a disturbance in the force. It's a good disturbance. Successful. I don't know if 9 Mile mentioned, but I did have some memory issues with the controller, but I will get that sorted by swapping controllers. Okay. So M4 by 45s. That must be these guys. Hey Charles, haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? And fender washers. Disturbances in the force are today, because this is Revenge of the 5th, right, John? So that would be the disturbance in the force. Come on. I expect better. Hey, Sanity. You want to give everybody a heart attack on a live show, assemble this with a full throttle impact wrench. Okay, so this is kind of lined up here, so I'm making sure that's not have any skew there. Yeah, it's been a constant battle with memory issues. We have some plans in place that are aimed to fix the issues we've had in the CDY3. Do you know if I run a different controller, because I don't think the CDY3 supports it, but if I run a different controller in SBC mode, if the Pi takes all that load? You sent Blaster Kit to Modbot? Awesome. And Jim, of course, as well. But I talked to Daniel quite a bit more. Okay, repeat the other side. Slide the opposite end through the security F10 bearing. You may need to slide the EK8 bearing assembly from front to back, up or down in perspective to line up that. Place the ribs of the EK8 installation tool. Which part is that? We got nice. We've got a nice label on the EF10, but we need labels on the EK8. If we're gonna label them, let's label them. Label them. Which one is which? These the same length? They are the same length. Okay. Dan and I had a great time chatting, waiting for airport transportation. Nice. I'm not sure I'm going to trust this because that's, okay, so they're the same except for the slots in the middle are different. This is for the 40 millimeter extrusions. This is for the 6 millimeter. That's why that wasn't fitting well. And now I feel better about that. Okay. SBC mode and reference is nearly useless for anything with the print. It only speeds up the file IO and the web interface. Ah. Okay, so that wouldn't help. You want to give memberships away this stream, you almost missed your chance. I did almost miss my chance. I will give away memberships. I'm gonna end up doing split that between the Sunday and Tuesday streams. So I'll give away a 5 memberships today, and we'll do that right after the filament giveaway, and we'll give away 5 on Tuesday. Welcome back, Tom. Remember there's only 3 Star Wars movies, the rest are fanfics. So that should go through there. And let's see what they're having us do. Hey, Jack. Move the EF10 installation tool. Flush with printed installation tool. Fully tighten all the M4 by 45s. Pulley reduction assembly brace. Now it doesn't have us tightening or bolting on this yet. No, it has us do it back here. Okay. So place a 1020 extrusion of 350 millimeters in front of you with the slot facing up. 1020. I have a couple of those. It must be this one, I'm guessing. So 10, so this is 20, 10. Note, we use the 30 millimeter version of this in Phoenix. Hey, Daniel. On the part of my life back that I wasted watching Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Mandalorian Season 3. Hey, 3D print junkie. Okay, so those are more M4s, and we need 3 of them. So we're gonna go here. These are very loosely fixed in there. Let's see if I can find one that's it's not gonna slide around as easy. Yeah, these slots are very, very loose. It's probably better. Yeah, none of those are gonna fit well. So that little groove in the center is making these basically just slide around. So I'm just gonna have to be careful. Kind of the opposite problem what we usually have, right? There we go. And we are going to place a print 2020 corner bracket lock on the outside of a 2020 corner bracket as shown. Where are those 2020 brackets? There's one. There's that. And the 2020 lock, which is a funny little print here. So this is gonna go. And what we're doing here, I think, we're gonna use some other little pieces here, but we're gonna take up the gap and the size of these holes to try to center this on the extrusion. If you think about it, it makes sense. The SBC would need to be running in real-time OS to integrate with the real-time firmware on the board. That absolutely makes sense. Margora, thanks for explaining that. Liz, welcome. Now insert, so we put that little printed piece there, but then we insert these little tiny printed pieces in there and locked into the printed part. Repeat for the other hole, and then that's gonna go on this single side end. So I'm gonna pull this out so this has a little more stable work surface here. And that's an M4x8 button head. But BHHS? What's BHHS? BHHS, is that just a button head? M4x8, 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 BHHS. Yeah, that's just a button head. There's one right here. Okay, so what we're doing is we're taking this button head hex screw, apparently. And then this is a little part that goes in here. And I think the easiest thing here is going to be to kind of hold that on way over there. Don't want to lose it. And that's going to go in there. This is going to be fiddly as all get out. Yeah, because none of that's going to actually stay in place. But that has a little printed part in there. This is going to go like this and set inside of there. And then this gonna go in the middle. These are really, really fiddly pieces. Yeah. Okay, does that end up flush on the end? Line the bracket flush and secure. Okay. That just kind of makes sure that that gets centered there. That's flush there. Let me get it down here and just do a real quick. I'm gonna go to the beach and look for jewelry. We bought a, oh, you're talking about a metal detector. Fun. Okay, I'm gonna set this here. Okay, this is a problem because even tightened, that does not actually tighten. I don't think I'm not bottoming out on the extrusion. So I think it's that printed part. Is there a washer I should have used? Through an M4 washer. There we are. That's what I'm missing. Oh, and that pulled that whole thing out. I know this isn't a great view. Let's see if we can get a little better view. This could be a whole lot better. I'll have to think on this to see what improvement I could suggest. Okay, I need an M4 washer, but not the fender washers. There's other washers in here. So that, and then there we go. Then this goes in here. Now I bet you it tightens down fine. So it's interesting. I'm gonna bring up Fusion 360 here in a second because this is very reminiscent of something I did for my Hypercube build years ago. There we go. It's nicely square. Tighten down this time. But if we go to Fusion, and if I go to here and Hypercube Evolution, my Hypercube stuff, there was a setup that I did here for a very similar reason. Maybe it's in frame. Yeah, right here. I made these little spacers. I designed these spacers to go into those 30-30 corner cubes, and it was designed to lock into place so I could more accurately locate the screw in there and they wouldn't shift around as easy. This was an early here. This was in 2018. I had modified it apparently in 2019, but lots of stuff for that. Anyway, there's our part right here. Okay, go back here. So, tighten that button head, move the pulley reduction assembly out of the way and place an M4 slot 6 nut into the side slot, and then move that back and hold it with an M4 by 14. Okay. So this is going to go right here. East Coast, middle of New York State. M4 by 14. M4 by 14 looks to be maybe this one. Yep. And is there a, nothing. Okay. Loosely fasten this. So this guy, whoa, squeaky. Oh, there's a scar on that. Okay, that's gonna go there. This is all going to get shifted this way. And then that piece, that T-nut. Oh, that is, I would have done a 12 on that because tighten down, that's gonna bottom out. Are there 12s in here? Tighten down, that's gonna bottom out. And a 12 will still grab, the T-nut just fine. So I'm switching this out for a 12. I can see down, I can sight down the slot here. I can see as soon as I tighten that down, it's gonna scar the bottom of the slot there. So I know there are extras. There's 10% extra in fasteners in here. I am gonna use a 12 and see it still tightens down just fine. And I'm probably pretty sure we're not actually tightening this yet, but do that right there. And then this lineup is going to be this way. Yep. I love the surplus of hardware in my LDO kit. Yes. Although I'm getting piles of miscellaneous surpluses of hardware I need to go through. Hey, Mike. Okay, loosely fasten the M4x12 socket head cap screw. Hold the assembled, oh, okay. So we're gonna assemble 1020 extrusion against the pulley reduction assembly and move the M4 slot 6 roll-in nuts until they line up with the holes in the pulley reduction assembly. So that goes, let's go like this. And it's going to go right here. That is not going to go right there unless it's on this side. That does not actually fit between there. That's a problem. I'm pretty sure that's going to need to fit between there. That's a problem. Let's make sure, see if that's actually a problem. Hold the assembled 1020 extrusion against the pulley reduction assembly. What is that? Is that this picture? Install in the side of the right 2060 extrusion. Bigger hammer. The problem is the frame is as it should be. Pull the assembled 1020 extrusion down, install to the right side. Yeah, that does go on that side, so that's good. Place the assembled against the pulley. Yeah, that has to go in the middle there. That has to go in the middle there. And that is right on the edge of fitting, which means what probably should have happened is a test fit when assembling the frame in part 1. This is going to go in here like this and does not fit through there. So there is a possibility that I'm kind of trying to see if I see daylight in the corner here. I am going to grab my clamp Okay, I need to keep this distance here. Really tight fit on my kit as well. So I've already squared my frame. I'm gonna clamp this together to try to keep this from pulling apart. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this one side at a time. And then I'm going to put a clamp across here to pull this into the side extrusion, which is going to separate those. Now I'm gonna slightly loosen my bolts that hold that together. And then tighten that, and then tighten these back up and see what happens. And I'm gonna do this to the other side too. So if there was room for this to shift towards this back, and I think there might have been because I don't see the light anymore, then hopefully I'll have done that without disturbing the squareness of my frame. Here, follow the curse of Oak Island but me. I have watched some. I don't generally watch regular TV. I don't have TV service, but I'm aware of what you're talking about. Okay, let's see if just that one gave us any space here to fit. Okay, so I gotta try the other side because that wasn't enough. This side. Let's see. I'm not really seeing much for gaps, really. Wouldn't it be nice if you had a CNC machine to precision fit parts? Well, the more likely scenario is that the frame isn't right. So I think not the frame isn't right, but the exact alignment. It's requiring that things be perfect in order to fit. Now, I probably would have made that brace extrusion just a little bit shorter, but I want to check the frame first. And how you doing, Scott? Ooh. And I don't think I'm actually moving things, so I don't think this is going to do anything. Didn't actually do anything. I'm pretty much in the same spot I was. So my thought that I might have seen some light on the other side was not correct. It's so close. It's like a fraction of a millimeter from just sliding in there. And I can't really tell where in the, because everything looks really lined up. think I am going to take the idea of just kind of facing the end here, because this is just going to get bolted to this printed part. Yeah, I'm not going to do it in Milo even. I'm not set up to do that. It'll take far more time. Called a file. This isn't an indexing surface on the thing. I really hate doing the scratching the anodizing on these extrusions, but I'm going to be taking off so little here. I'm basically going to try just deburring it and see what happens. There's no burrs, but you know, just basic that amount of. I think it would be better to do it on the belt grinder. Yeah. Shoot, what is going to be the best way to do this? Well, this is all going to be hidden, so I'm not too worried about the appearance. I'm actually going to grab a piece of sandpaper. I'm going to walk over here to my surface plate and set the sandpaper down on the back, and I'm going to do this, because as far as the tools I have set up right now, this is probably the best. Let's see what that did. Removing the anodizing helps with frame grounding. Don't really have the right tools out here to do this well. Try a little finer. If I have a little finer grit sandpaper that's not bouncing as much. There we go. Nice and shiny. Well, I don't have the, I did prefix or have an extra word there. I said I don't really have the right tools set up. Inside corner and a sanding block. I don't know if that's coming across. I need some input shaping on my technique here. Hey, Cressimer. Just tried to make us jump in the rabbit hole and find a suitable tool and buy it for ourselves. It is coming across. Now you squeak. Oh, that's right. It's starting. It's starting. I'm almost done. Almost done. Close. Go on, noob. You can hear it? Like the video I posted today? Awesome, thank you. There we go. I think that will do. If I can get that in there. And that's the wrong way around. So this is gonna go like this. Yeah. I'm gonna go just a little bit more. Just a smidgen more. Okay. We can make this work, I think, from here. So this is going to go, oops, that's not what I wanted. Here. Where does that go? Okay. That goes there, and then it's M4 by 14s again. Huh? Oh, that's the M4. Tighten completely. Oh, that one was loose so far. Okay, these get, move this assembly now. Set the belt tension. And the GT2 is probably tightened. What do we tighten these with? There they are. Two M4 by 22s. Keep the 10-20 extrusion flush to the left and tighten those two. Okay. Woo! Amazon addiction, I need a new disc for my belt sander. Tool upside down. What are we talking about? M4 by 22. That must be these. Nope, that's 20. 2 is these. Yep. Let's see if these have the same problem as the others. Whew. And being right on the edge. Nope, those are good. Those are a good length. So this is going to go here. This is going to go in here. And let's get those somewhat lined up. Hey, Tina. These do not stay in place, so these are going to be fun to actually line up. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. That's going to go like that. That's going to... Oh, yeah, hilarious. Getting in there. That's there. Perfect, like a glove. So now I'm going to tighten these two, but I need to figure out if I even have those close to the right spot for those T-nuts. I think that one's okay. I don't think the other one is. Yeah, I have no idea where that one is. Let's see if I can shift this back a bit and then shift it into place. Oops, sorry for the view of the back of my head. Yep, that goes right there. Okay, that is probably good. Okay, or not. Did that shift already? Did I? Oh, I grabbed the 14 on accident. That's why. you gonna, ah, got it. Okay, that one caught. I'm hoping that one looks like it's in the right spot as well. There we go. Okay. Whew. Very OCD about sanding extrusions ends out of a square. They are 100% perfectly square right now. They cannot get any more square than they are right now. Okay, so this can be tightened. And this one can be loosened a little bit. Shift the whole thing over to tighten the belt. So that's shifted. This is going to. Where a screwdriver, and I'm building my third switch wire at the moment. Okay, so now with that there, should be able to take this. Oops, I need to grab the little fiddly printed part that goes up in here. Oh, and I need to locate that. Ooh, found it. Didn't lose it. I need to locate the T-nut there. So let's do this so I can see where that is. It's not anywhere because I didn't put it in there. There we go. Line that up there. This is probably going to be easier to do this. Oh no, that'll be right there. Okay. I'm just going to get into this screw right there. And we're going to use our square here to make sure everything is lined up. So that's there. The little printed spacer goes right here. And then the M4x8. And 4x8 with an M4 washer. 4x8 with an M4 washer. There's one already out for me. Now we're gonna use a square here to right there. There. Done. There is a little nut in here that I don't think we're going to end up using from that bearing block. Okay. Number 14 goes back in there. Okay. Pick up in Discord. There's a pick. I have enabled streaming mode. It says streaming mode is enabled at the top of my screen. But that's from a couple hours ago message from Maurice. Okay, where are we at? We are 55 minutes from giveaway time. We're about halfway there to our light goal. And we have over 300 people, so let's get there. Let's see if we can get there. At the end, okay, so the other end, secure the 2020. Loosely secure the M4x8. We've already tensioned this. So moving the 1020 extrusion of the pulley reduction will set the tension. Move this assembly now and set the belt tension. Be certain to measure each end of the 1020 extrusion to the end of its corresponding 2060 extrusion. And I basically did that with the square instead. So tighten completely that M4x12. And M4x14 is not the fastener I would use for that. You're just going to be driving the screw. It'll probably work, but you'll be driving the screw into the bottom of the extrusion slot. Place 2 more. So now we're going, so this is the whole pulley reduction system for the Z stepper. So we're going to place 2 more M4 nuts. So we're going to put these right here. Oh, and don't forget to like that smash button. Exactly. 2 more there. And then place an M4 into the top right here. And guide the stepper on there. We are going to use 1 M4x10 and 2 M4x12s. Secure the screws, and then, okay. So we have the stepper assembly that's gonna go here. This is gonna go in there. And we can line up these nuts here, here. And here. There we go. So 1 M4x10. 2x12s. So we're going to put a by 10 up here. See what that is. Yeah, that's fine. 2x12s here. Look for it right. Again, I would go 12s on these, or I would go 10s on these. I think our lengths, which means the other one could probably, it's right there at 10s, but yeah, I'm getting plenty of grip on those. Yeah, I'm gonna go 10s on these. If I have to supplement the fasteners, that's fine. But good afternoon. Hey, Sean, I'm curious, where will Voron Cascade fall on your build schedule for this year? It won't fall on a stream schedule. I won't be building Cascade on a stream. Similar to, there we go. Similar to Phoenix. Phoenix is not on a stream. This probably needs to be thicker. This little flange here probably needs to be thicker. You are tightening apart across 2 surfaces, opposing surfaces. This is going to be a weak spot right here. Yeah, so many builds, so little time. Okay, so that is on. That is, ooh, loud. What I do want to see is, if we look at this, now we can actually get a alignment of this belt. And what I'm seeing here, let's see if I can get a good view for you, is that we had that issue with the pulley being on to not onto the flat spot in the stepper, that pulley needs to actually go that way by quite a bit. Yeah, because we're on the right side of the 40 tooth pulley here. We're on the left side of the 16 tooth pulley here. We can move this out quite a bit. These two pieces are fixed. There's nothing that's gonna change there. So let's go ahead and do that. Where is the flat? Do I have, can I see the flat from the end? Let's just put this, let's loosen these. So that isn't an issue. It's the spacer on the assembly tool could be tweaked. So I'm going to line those up to being centered with each other. Just eyeballing that, and then we'll tighten it back down. We'll actually be on the flat. So the little tool there could use a tweak. There. Now when I turn that, it's not touching the flanges on either pulley. Cascade will not likely release stuff until fall or later. I think later is very key there. I do not expect Cascade to release sooner than later. Having that belt reduction, I imagine, offers a better resolution on prints by dampening out the stepper pulses. Good question. Turn the correction to the height tool. Oh, I can actually get in there. So, get some magnification. At least you didn't try to file the shaft earlier. Yeah. This is exactly 8 millimeters. So that thing should have been 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters would be a great starting point. Now, any of those jigs, really any of these jigs for aligning pulleys and stuff should be checked. You should assume there will be some final adjustment required. I think that's a safe bet, especially on these hobby machines. So, locate a GT2 40 tooth pulley with an 8 millimeter bore. First day of warmness the dev team gave to me. There's a 40 tooth pulley with a 8 millimeter bore. There's another printed piece, so I think that's going to go on the ends here. Although, as we saw, this is actually a 522 millimeter rod, so we will need to adjust. It looks out of alignment. What looks out of alignment? No, things are looking pretty good. I'm not concerned about how things are right now. We will check everything as we get the rest of this assembly done, but as of right now, it's looking pretty good to me. Okay. So we're gonna put one of these at each end. Remove the printed installation, 2 and 2, 2, 2. Okay. So we're gonna basically put these on the ends using this little tool as a spacer. Now, theoretically, we're gonna need to do this tool plus 1 millimeter. Okay. Should we be changing any of these M4x4? Yeah, this is the M4x4 set screws, so we're good. Motor shaft is not parallel to the idler shaft. You can't tell that from here, from your angle. You can't tell that. That's bottom line. I'm not saying it's not, but you can't go by your camera angle to tell that. Yeah. Here. Let's do. I've turned several rotations now, and it's still centered in that setup. Okay? We good? I'm gonna line this up. Line this up right like that. Camera being to the right of the center makes a larger perspective shift on the left side. So that's gonna go there. And I'm gonna make a guess that this should be about 1 millimeter more. We will tweak, fine tune that. Those lined up with there. Bird sound making me look around. I'm just gonna make these snug. I'll do final tightening later. But I made this inboard about 1 millimeter since this shaft is measuring. That's not true. That's not true. This side should be the same because I used this printed tool to locate the 80 tooth pulley. So this one's gonna be correct. This one's gonna be 2 millimeters off. Streamers need low distortion lenses. You got one of those, John? You got one of those? Is there such a thing that would work? Okay, so I'm gonna make this one in line with the tool. The other one's gonna be about 2 millimeters over. Does that make sense? Hey, Rares. You have digital distortion correction that warps real time to rectilinear. Warps real time. Does it warp time or does it warp in real time? I want something that warps time. Twitch has backseat gamers, has backseat builders. It's fine. It's good. Do you know, I cannot count the number of times that folks have caught something. So even if I'm making fun or whatever, don't worry. I'm not really bothered by the corrections. Okay, so we're gonna go, which one is this? That's that one. I'm gonna go right there. I'm gonna keep all these grub screws lined up just because. And we're gonna go about 2 millimeters over here. Something, something. Why is it? I said, I'm kidding. I know viewers have saved things sometimes. Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, so those are on. We may have to adjust them. We may need to rotate the 8x520 shaft to access the holes for one or both grub screws. Don't forget that. Remove the printed installation tool. Z-axis idlers are mirrored parts of each other. We may build the right side. We will build the right side idler with diagrams, then you will build the left side to mirror this one. So I have those two. So which one are we working with right here? That, which is this. Okay. So this is the piece we're working with right now. Start with the printed Z-idler right and tap M3 threads. We need to tap some M3 threads into here. I should have an M3 tap. Is that what I was told? I think this is a M5 tap. M5. That's a fine thread M5. That's why it's in the kit. I don't know that an M3 was included. It may not have been. Do you know? Are you still around, Luke? Was an M3 included? I have an M3 tab. I just want to see what. Miscellaneous and other. That's probably the only spot I would think it might be in. This is all magnets and shims and stuff. Electronics, this stuff, that. So I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have been. Okay, so this will work. Grab one of these. Learn something in chat every week. Okay, so let me make sure that this is an M3. Yep, M3 by 0.5. So I've got a little itty bitty spiral flute tap. This will work fine. And a cheap tap wrench, because this is all by hand. So what does it say? Tap the holes until they intersect with the 5mm hole coming from the back of the part. The 5mm coming in, okay. And that will intersect with this pin, the pinhole in here. And so I don't just make a big mess in my thing. I'm doing this over the floor. Is that going to come through there? This one's the longer version. There you go. Don't forget your tapping oil. Hey, Asgard. This will come through. Got one done. I don't know how this would have done had I done it just thread the screws into plastic, but I'm going to follow the directions here. There we go. Now there are two of these, so I'm gonna do both of them right now. Finally finished your Voron this morning, so now I'm not sure what to print. Well, there's only one thing that you print. There's only one appropriate answer to that, is start printing parts for your next Voron. That's the right answer. Start printing parts for your next Voron, or start printing spare parts for your current one. Finally, hey Lewis. Okay, there's another one. Just clearing out the chips there. More cubes are all the Voron extras. Printing the gingerbread candy train thing. Planning early for the season. Well, that's good. I'm always waiting until the last second to do my ornaments and stuff. I try to give away ornaments to a unique ornament every year to the family. Okay. Hey Pedro, how are you? Okay, both of those are done. Clear out the plastic from my tap here. I'll sweep later. You design the ornament yourself? No, I go and find something. Printing parts for the next Voron. Of course. Okay. Place an M4 heat set. So I already did that. And which one are we working on again? Oh, this one. Okay, so place an M4 heat set. That's done. And orient the part as shown and snap a GT2 20-tooth idler pulley with a 5mm bore into the printed part. The upper idler pulley must be installed first. Okay. So that's one of these guys. So this goes in there. Goes on there. And then press a 5 by 25 linear shaft. 5 by 25. Let's just pull all these out of here. 5 by 35, 5 by 50, 45, 30, 25. 5 by 25. Pencils part out an ender wire to build a trident. No? Okay, so I think what I want to do is take my 5mm reamer and make sure that we have a nice, because this is what it was talking about before. We may need to ream and stuff. So this is I printed this ages ago and just pressed it onto the end. So this gives me a nice hand. I'm gonna do that to both. These are almost right there. This will just make it perfect. To the other side while we're here. And doing this after tapping those holes helps to make sure that I clear out any extra plastic that got pushed in when I was tapping those holes too. Okay, there's a little bit of white residue there, so where's my heat gun? Right there, you're right there. Where'd the heat gun go? Oh, on the floor. Bottom panel for solid fork. I made one. I will, if the current revision doesn't have one, it will, by the time I'm done doing my build. Okay, so now we can go back to, this is the wrong one. This is the one we're working on. Back to here, put this in the back and run this shaft through there. That. I won't twist Yuri's arm, I'll just make one. Okay, so we are pressing that in. We have 29 minutes until giveaway time and we're 106 likes away. Use the hand vise or arbor press if the linear shaft seems difficult to press in by hand. Nope, it went in well. Repeat this for the other location with another 20-tooth idler pulley and another shaft, and then install an M3x6 set screw into the deeper M3 threaded hole and install an M3x5 into the other. Okay. So we are going to do this. Those. There we go. We're going to end up needing 4 of these. Can we get in there without? Can we focus here? There we are. Hopefully it doesn't do too much focus hunting. I've got a kind of an odd setup here. 105 ups. Okay, so that's that one. I'm gonna go ahead and do the same on this one. Get all the things in here. Since it seems the average of the IQ in chat is about 30 points higher on my channel as compared to most. That's a good observation. I would not argue against that. There we go. And now we're gonna thread some grub screws in there. So we are going to need some M3x5 and M3x6. I'm not sure why it matters, the 1 millimeter difference. Seems like that could be a optimization in the BOM, but we'll need 2 of these. For the shorter side. So the one that's closer to the edge here. That's just gonna go in there, not super tight, but it's just gonna make sure that that shaft doesn't walk out. We'll do the same on this one, on the shorter side. And that was the M3, yep, M3x5. Seems like there's a really oversized BOM. I think they could use some optimizations. I don't understand. There could be a reason why you couldn't just use M3x5s for all of these. If you're going to go M3x6 here, why don't you go M3x14 or whatever it would take to utilize all those threads? The 1 extra millimeter of threads I don't think is going to help anything. Put it in my notes. Awesome, Poity, thank you. Okay, so all of those are tightened. You don't want to tighten those too much. It is only plastic threads, and they are only M3. So all it is to just put some force against that pin to keep it from walking out. And no Loctite shouldn't be used there. If you did anything, like a nail polish or something might work. Nail polish is going to have some acetone or will it have acetone in it? Is that the solvent in nail polish? So I'm not sure that would be wonderful either. Install into Titan. Press a 4x9x4 bearing into a printed Z-axis roller. Aha. Printed Z-axis roller. That is what these guys are. I think, is this for the counterweight system? So we're gonna have 2 of those. Let's do that. Whoa. There we go. Oh, come on. There. Or 4x9x4. This one is 5x10. 4x9x4. 4x9x4. Non-flanged. No, probably ethyl acetate, but it varies. Okay. Okay, so these little bearings are going to press into here. We will use the magic pliers. Let's get you, there we are. Oh, right off camera, perfect. Sounds like a keyback opportunity. This uses a hefty bag of lead shot. Thank you for the Fusion Fun stream. I just wanted to design something like that myself. You'll have to watch it. You should see the Fusion Fun video. That is for, if you just got a gifted membership today, you have access to it. It will be public on Tuesday. Those pliers look so nice. You need some of these, Dave. These are one, on my list of must-have printer building tools. Okay, so those 2 are done. Code an M4x10 socket head. That's these 2. And I don't like this coat. Coat it in thread locker. Let's put a little bit on the end. Just a little bit on the end is all that's needed for these. These are gonna go in here. These are gonna go like that. This just threads into that heat setting. Now, that's interesting. But that does that. What else am I needing? Ah, so I mean, I'm not even gonna tighten this. This is relying on that thread locker. So I'm gonna leave that just at the point of being able to turn freely. And I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna set that over there. A shoulder screw would be expensive, but would be the more appropriate option right here. Go right there. I'm not really, apparently it works. Not super thrilled with that. I wonder how that works out long term. Probably very much reliant on how well that Loctite is applied. I got an idea. This goes through here. If there's room on this side, I would put a screw through here into a heat set, and if you wanted to avoid the cost of a shoulder screw, maybe put a screw through here that bottoms out here, and you can adjust that distance there. That way you could tighten it down and that would be able to spin if there's room over here. I haven't seen the rest of the assembly. So that's probably that's my spur of the moment how I would fix that within existing parts, is run even an M3 through this side that just bottoms out on the end of this screw. Then you could adjust the tightness between these two to fix that at a distance from the to allow this pulley to turn. Okay. Then back it off, snap the printed Z-axis belt idler right part into the top. So there's, oh, here, we've got a couple of these pieces and they apparently snap. So we have a couple of these pieces and we have these. So now if that was there, this probably goes right, oops, this goes right there. Search Harbor Freight for Icon 10-inch pliers wrench. Yep, that did. There was a snap. There was a snap and it snapped. Ooh, another little snap, getting past those layer lines. And that is nice. It's probably gonna locate it. Yep, locates it in the slot. Nice. That is a nice little snap. That's very dependent on print settings though. It's that nice and nice fit in the slot 8. There we go. Perfect. So those are going to set aside. Let that Loctite cure. Now repeat that. Install 2 slot 8 roll-in nuts into the underside of the right. Okay, that. So slot 8, M4 slot 8 roll-ins there. We need 92 more likes in the next 17 minutes. Let's go here maybe. Yeah, that'll work. So this is gonna go here. Like that. This one goes here. That. And which piece is this? That is this one. Goes right here. And I guess it goes all the way up. Place the right Z-belt. Place the right Z-belt assembly into the underside of the right and align the holes. Loosely attach 2 M4x35s. Place with the rib side towards the underside of the 40/40. Slide the Z-axis until it's flush with the printed installation tool. Which printed? Oh, that printed installation tool. Which one is that? That must be this one. Ah, I see. Okay. Let's go here. So this printed installation tool of this setup is in here. These line up about here. And then for M4x35s. It's these, I think. And the idler, if you make the screw hole big enough for the screw head and use a washer on the other side of the bearing, you can just tighten it down. You would need a washer. You could. You probably could. That's true. That's 30. I want 35s. 35. This guy goes in here. This comes back over and tightens down right there. I imagine I use this same tool. Over here, you do the same thing. Let's see here, and 2 of these. The Z belting is pretty crazy. It is an interesting design, isn't it? Okay, so that's gonna go there. So then that one goes about there. That one goes about there. And 2 more of those 4x35. 227. We're getting there. Okay, that's going to press against there. Keen to understand the counterweight for the Z. There are boxes, and I have not printed the boxes. I hope I don't need them yet. I don't think I do. I think those get installed in a later guide. Okay, so we fully tightened those, remove it, move it to the other side, and we are done in part 2. I like it more with the orange pieces in place. Okay, so part 2 is done. So let's open up part 3. Ooh, I was scrolled to the bottom. Part 3. Okay. Kinematic bed. Is this an open source design? It is. Yep. So in the description is a link to the GitHub, all that stuff. Okay, tools and parts. Let me get all these printed parts out of the way so I'm not mixing up tools, because some of them are labeled well, some of them not as well. Put these in my discarded tools box. Do you have an accent color for this build, or is it all black? There is an accent color. If you can't have it all black, you have it black and gray. So this is the same Siraya Tech glass fiber ABS. So this thing is beefy. Find a flat surface will be large enough to hold your bed frame. The assembled bed frame dimensions. You'll be securing your MG12 carriage is installed to the vertical linear rails to the bed frame. It is a grayscale printer, yep. There's lots of different types of hardware used. Best to lay out all the required hardware. The printed leveling blocks and printed installation tools are necessary for the proper alignment of the Z-axis. So let's just go with it. Outer frame. So we're gonna gather all this stuff and deal with these things again. Too many CE interpretations without context. Community edition is the only thing we care right now. Okay, I think I can take this and put it on the floor for now. It is going to get heavier and heavier as we go along. That. Let's transfer the big box of stuff to the top of that, and then put a look into your description and spoil the surprise of finding it out here. And bring this plate back over here. There we go. Lift with your knees, not your back, people. Okay, we are going to need a bunch of these, I think. Probably the rest of these. And what extrusions are we going to need? We're going to need probably most of the rest of the extrusions. We won't need that one. Find out. A part of the Voron pizza oven, now with the granite heated plate. I'm starting to get a crack developing right here. Not sure all of what I'm going to need for this, but I'm just going to lay out the remaining extrusions that I think may be part of this. Sound like you said lift with your kidneys. Okay. Let's zoom in so we can all read this. So this is all the same little setup here. These I'm going to be assembling as we go because they don't really hold together on their own. I think the ends of these little discs are supposed to snap into this piece, but these are so thin, it doesn't actually work. Repeat for the other. Repeat these steps for the remaining 2020. Start with the 2040 extrusion of 470.5 millimeters. Let's see if this is 470.5. Hey, look at that. It's 470.5. Actually is. There we go. So we are going to let those hang out. I'm going to take this and we're going to put a M4, another one of the M4s right here, right there. Bolt one of these contraptions to it. So these, and where are we at? 6 minutes, 63 likes to go, folks. Can we do it? 63 to go. Is this the protest? Does that mean that it's time to stop pushing the 300 likes thing? You tell me. You tell me. Are all these extrusions for the bed? I don't know. They're the extrusions that are left, so I figured I'd pull them over here. Got printed parts we're gonna need in this setup, but I've got a bunch of these little tiny pieces that I wanted to maybe do this, that. 50 to go. Just hit exactly 50. Okay, so a bunch of those. So this is going to go, and we're going to use M4 by 8s, a lot of M4 by 8s. So let's grab this. Let's move these over to here. 5 minutes until F1. The trying entry should be void without the like. Remember, we're gonna give away 5 gifted memberships right after the giveaway, so don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. Hey, Stefan. Okay, so those in 4x8s. So now we're gonna take this, take one of these. This whole little assembly is this piece on the outside, and then one of these discs that has a little flange on it. The flange goes in this way. Now I think the intent is that that should notch into this piece, but it doesn't. So that's gonna go like that, and then 4x8 with a washer. So we need a bunch of washers too. Let's put the washers over here. And 4 washers. Moving 4 washer is very important for this. It doesn't work without the washer. I don't know exactly where that's gonna need. Hey, Stephen Poole, welcome. 3 more minutes. Still 42 to go. If we don't hit it, then I don't push it next stream. If we don't hit it, I don't push it next stream. Looks like I won't be pushing it next stream. Okay, repeat these steps at the other end of the same 2040 extrusion. And then, okay. So we're gonna do that on this side. 33. Hey, Usel. Hey, Juan Carlos. Got new people coming in. We got to get this 26 likes in 2 minutes. $19 in a little under 2 minutes. 17. You liked 5 times? Okay. 14. 14, 1 minute left. 12. So many alignment tools. Yeah. 11. Less than a minute. Link for the giveaway is in the pin post and the description. We got 9 left to go. 9 left to go. Multi-headed changing printer, yes. It's 300 by 300. 7. 6. Now the 1 o'clock minute counts. That's my rule. The 1 o'clock minute counts. We need 6 more. Okay, let me get this giveaway set up. They're all trying to play Steve 3 seconds roulette. Not yet. Not yet. We need the likes. We need the likes. We need 3 more. Did you like, Garrett? Did you like? There we are. 300 in time. Updates in real time, but somehow YouTube can't find a way to make the likes update. Yeah. Okay, let me delete last week's stuff. Go here. You did it at the beginning? Good. Okay, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. You must be here to win. I will close the entry when we haven't had a new one. I will close the form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. 305 too many. When we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, and we're going to start that now. So 3, 2, if you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US and Canada, then there is a form. You get to pick a roll of filament from that. So is it fully enclosed? This printer has the ability to be enclosed. I don't think it will be at the end of this build series, but it will be at some point. We have, this time, a lot more entries than the last stream. So, almost forgot to enter. Well, you got time. Just submitted. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Let's get to the rate of age at the rate of C seconds. Yeah, me too. Half, quarter, eighth, 3. We have 444 entries right now. So anybody who's entering last second needs to also hit that little like button. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. 300 by 250. I think that's just an ad placement spot. I have no idea. 10 rolls of Polymaker being delivered today. So as a reminder, if anybody is interested and you're ordering from Polymaker's web store, there is a link in the description to my affiliate link. So, or use your other favorite creators link. It's fine with me. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. 44%. When was that going on? Oh, there was a 44%. Wow. Okay, create a spreadsheet. Who got in first? Maurice. It's the very first entry. And Julian got in at the end. Who else got in at the end? Nappin got in pretty far. Delmar, you weren't even anywhere close to the end one this time. And it's then the Demlar. Okay, Control C. And paste. So for those of you that have gotten that Polymaker dryer, what do you think? And sell to end users in the EU. Yeah. Hopefully that gets sorted at some point. So we need, today is May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. 5 times 5 is 25. So let's go number between 0 and 25. Not been here since the start and just waited for your countdown. I'd like to try out the Polymaker dryer. Can't wait till it's available in Canada. What do we got? What do we got? Let's go with one of my favorite numbers, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's okay, Charles. We can sort it out if you're off by only a little bit. Who do we got? Casatorge. Torhe? Casatorhe? Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat to prove you are here. Congratulations. Just got the Sunlu S4 dryer and love it. Nice. Enjoying the poly dryer, using it for PETG and some TPU. I'm using my poly dryers. I'm using my iBoss Polyphenus and then taking them out of there and putting it in a Polymaker box. Awesome. Congratulations. There you are. I see you. You will get an email from me sometime in the next week. That's the trend. Congratulations. Make sure everything looks kosher here. There we are. Awesome. I ordered 2 poly dryers. Yeah. I didn't go, I mean, I only ordered a few of the, I got 2. I ordered 1 extra poly dryer and then several boxes, but I didn't want to pick up too many of the dryers. I like them. I paid for an extra set of them, is how much I like them. They fit my use case very well. Once again, congratulations, Casa Torre? Casa. Congrats. Do you air condition your garage? I do. I have a mini split right above my head. Air conditioning or climate control, because it does heating and air. It does not spin the filament while drying. Nope. Let's see. What do we want to go to? Oh, yep, that's the right screen. We want to go over here. There we are. Okay, back to this. There's a printable model that lets 2 boxes share 1 dryer. I wonder how well that works. Stop timer. See ya, John. Take care. I'll see you in a few weeks. Okay, so we did that for this one. Now, it doesn't say where to put those in along there, does it? Not yet. Repeat these steps. Perform the above steps on the other 2040 extrusion that's this long. Locate one of the and place in. Perform the above steps on the other 2040 extrusion. Locate one of the 370 millimeter extrusions. Okay, so we're gonna redo what we did up there. That works. Membership giveaways, good call, thank you. Let me unpin all the things, because I'm sure someone's told me to. Unpin the message, and let me edit the description to get rid of that. And save that. And let me membership gifting and gift 5. There you are. 5 gifted memberships. There you go. Hey Sven. Today's the B-Day. Oh, happy birthday, Arthur. Everybody say happy birthday, Arthur. Congrats. Anybody who just got a gifted membership, go out there and check out the video I published to members that will become public on Tuesday. It is a continuation of the stream from last Tuesday, the Fusion 360 fun. The ultimate dryer would be 2 spools and would spool from one to the other. It would move inside the filament to outside and vice versa. The problem with that is a lot of filament, especially PLA, if you try to do that, the stresses on the filament is where it starts getting brittle and cracking. So if you spool a film or PLA especially onto another spool, the outside coils that are now suddenly on the inside tend to crack, or at least have a tendency to crack. Oh, that's what I said, tend to crack. Go back and find the part you blurred just out of curiosity. Oh, well, yeah, I accidentally left my address on, I showed my address on the box, the blaster parts that I had shown on stream, so I had to correct that. See you, John. PLA can get very brittle. Okay, 2 of those are on. Ivan, thanks for becoming a or thanks for being a member. I don't think it's just wet, you know. I don't think it's the humidity or moisture content that does that. I think it's other factors as well. Okay, that what it was when I saw the blurred video. Yeah. The resident of the local asylum. Okay, so now we are going to grab one of these and just put the T-nuts on it. Just 2. Humidity cycles, not just being humid. And it also depends on the blend as well, the resin used, because I have like my my Jessie, the filament from Printed Solid, doesn't tend to get brittle sitting out like the other stuff does. Okay, perform the above steps on the other. Locate one of the 370s, install 2 as shown. Oops. Repeat this for the other 373 with 2 more. See you, Wolf Pup. Have a good one. 2 more. So just a warning, this could be a relatively long stream today. I haven't even gotten past where I wanted to get last stream. So, oops, I want to be here still. But the end of one to the threads of and line up with the 2020 corner brack. You may need to move the M4 slot 6 roll-in nut. Secure the 2 extrusions together. Be certain. Okay, so that is what they want there. So that is fine. So let's do this. We're gonna go like this. Move this one out of the way for now. Then we're gonna go like this. Grab my ball end driver because I think that's gonna be easier. Actually, we're gonna get a little. Let's loosen this. Put this up against that. This out. There, we're gonna do like that. Oh, what is that? I saw a question. Can someone explain to me about memberships? So YouTube, it's similar to Patreon, where YouTube allows or has a system to become a member of a channel, and it depends on the channel owner's discretion of what you get for that. So it's basically, you can pay a monthly membership fee, or you can be gifted a membership by someone else. For my channel, you get access to a members only stream per month, and you're gonna start getting access to early release of any videos that I do. So the Fusion video I just put out last night, members have access to, and everyone else will get access to those on Tuesday. That makes sense? These super dark cat images aren't great, even if they represent actual colors. That's being revised, Josh. They recognize that that's not great. What is Blackbox CE? It's a tool changing printer. So think like Prusa XL, but an updated older design. Jesse is the same formula as Prusament. Okay, so I think we're gonna end up doing this all the way around. So that, yeah. So we're just gonna make a frame here. So I don't need to do this right like that. It's an open source tool changing printer. Just lining up the screw holes here so it's easier when I go to go. That live right next to where Jesse is made. Jesse might be older than Prusament. I managed to visit. So I'm in California, so this is a little more more of a task than for some, but I managed to visit Printed Solid after East Coast Rep Festival a couple of years ago. So that was fun. Got to see the filament magic. Okay, so that, let's go this camera view, because that'll be better for. Have you ever found it beneficial to run cooling fans on the stepper motors? I have not. I have not yet had a point where that was the limiting factor in whatever I was doing. If I think the steppers are too hot, I just reduce the current. Now I haven't gotten to a point where steppers are running too hot and still skipping steps. Just got bit in the butt by ABS shrinkage. Have to reprint a part with a bit of upscale. Oops. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these in mostly, and then I'm going to set this flat and make sure everything, it doesn't rock or anything. He's a good guy. On the rare times I print with PLA, I use Jesse. Yeah, and David is one of the best. Absolutely. Super supportive. I am excuse me. I am very fond of David as a person. See the stepper phasing firmware thing that Prusa released? I have, but I don't have a printer that uses it, so I didn't pay a whole lot of attention. New favorite ABS filament, Nobufil ABS. Interesting. Okay, so this is done here. So now I'm going to set this down and see. I'm going to probably start on this side and do some actual, a little more. Little clamp. A lot of times something like this is a whole lot easier to third hand, basically. I'm gonna hold this down. I'm gonna tighten all of these. Armor 3D printing, you can get the actual stepper motor so hot they melt the mounts. They still work. Yeah, steppers are pretty resilient. here. My desk is obviously not level. Did your last comment get blocked? Did you see? So for some reason, the GPs, it doesn't even come up. Let me switch. I accidentally forgot to switch to live chat. Stronger than a Voron frame. That's a chunky bed frame. Anyone design a dust boot and shop vac holder on the Milo yet? I'm about to do one, but it's going to be based on my Shapeoko dust setup. The GPs, I didn't see anything come up in my feed, but I don't know that I'm actually seeing those, which is kind of odd. It's about Reth video on Shake and Tune. I might have missed it. How long ago was it? I've had specific word that gets me filtered on screen chat goes through the YouTube chat. Okay, so those are good. Let me start with this, because this is going to be a lot easier to. Saturday in Hell with eSun, ABS Plus reprints from Panzer Chain Links. That's a tough print though too. A few minutes ago, I think it was how I spelled Shake and Tune. I did not see it. It must have gotten filtered. And it's odd that I don't see what's being filtered. Now you can generate an iron cross. Ooh. Oh, come on. There we go. I did break out the long boy. The clamp is kind of in the way here, but I needed something. Okay. Bit of a random question. What was your first 3D printer? CR10. CR10, the single Z Meltzy board, the older version. Secure the remaining, so those are all done. Using a carpenter square. Why don't I use a machinist square? Square. That is square. 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 Cross with 97.6% symmetry. I need to try that. Still waiting for my Milo kit from Fabrico, but I'm already considering using a Duet 6HC for the main board. What benefit might you get from that over a, well, I guess stepper drivers. The drivers would probably be beefier, but over a Mini 5, because you don't need more than 3 steppers. I guess stepper drivers would be the thing there, huh? Okay, bed supports. Install 2 M4 into the rear. Okay, so back here. Kind of hard to see. but that's going to get better. So I guess this is what I'm going to call the, oh, the perspective on that is completely wrong. Did I do this right? Yeah, they rotate. So here, I know it's hard to see in the colors, but this is obviously the end of the extrusions here, but the picture right before, it's rotated 90 degrees. Yeah, I think I have it right. Bed supports then go that way. On the long end, I need 2 of those there. What's the best enclosure for the Mark IIIs Plus? That's a good question, because I haven't actually, I have a Prusa enclosure. I have not assembled it yet. So, but there's lots of homemade and other options out there for those. Since the Prusa Mark III is not really a printer that's designed to be enclosed like as a standalone unit, like some of the Core XY machines or whatever. Anything you look for is going to be some sort of box around it. And there's lots of ways to do that. 48 volts for the Duet 3 and reliability. Got it. This was a monoprice maker select V2 and it's 12 volt glory. Yeah, my CR10 was 12 volt. Okay, we put those 2 nuts there, and then we're gonna do the same, and we're gonna put more of these angle brackets on. So let's do that. So I need to grab the slot 4 and grab more of these to put in here with their little M2 buddy screw in there. So we'll do the same thing on this side. I think we're gonna do this and this, because that's gonna get hard to see otherwise. And corner brackets. Get all the rest of them out because we'll need them at some point, I'm sure. Okay. Those away. Now these are going to go in here like this. So I need a little printed piece. I would not recommend 48 volts in the Duet 6 because then all your VCC is 48 volts. Pick a board with just the driver input or use external drivers. That's good advice. There we go. One. Is interesting. I completely understand, and this is actually I kind of like this little setup, considering if you need to use M4s and you want this to be a pretty constrained fit, then I'm not really against this whole setup. It's just interesting. This one I put on backwards, so I need to flip this around. Oh, trying to be careful and looks like I only have 2 more of these to do. Oh, I've only got 2 more there. Plus a link and oh, no feel. What is that? Okay, all of those are on. So place a 2020 extrusion of the 373 millimeter length. Install 2 M4 slot 6 roll-ins as shown. And then repeat this for the remaining. Place one assembled. So the side with the M4 slot 6. Okay, so it basically goes in there like that. And how far? How far over? Does it tell us? Repeat these steps. Ah, there's a guide. There's a piece to space those out. So let's do this like this now then. Finished look on the addendum. I'm just not a fan of using filament in latches and such. It breaks too easily. 2 millimeter screw in place of the filament would be mint. That is something you can definitely do. The filament is going to work just fine. I like this. I take a nap and C builds is in another section, much faster watching someone else's build. This is true. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the neck. This is going to be a pain in the neck getting to those screws. Let's do it this way, so I have a little better chance at that angle. Okay, so we're going to put together this little setup here. We're going to do the stack up of parts like this. This is going to go move that right there, that right there, and then put this in there. There we go. I wasn't criticizing you, just my personal preference. My filament is, oh yeah, no, I don't intend, I mean, I react like that. I don't intend that to be viewed as being offensive. So, yeah. Filament is all in a basement, it gets wet and snaps so easily. So a good point. So let me take what you're saying and turn that into a point that kind of works with what we're talking about is that I would recommend that the best filament for that is going to be something like PETG or ABS or whatever to use as that piece. That PLA, as we've seen, gets brittle, is probably not the best choice for that. Okay, so that goes there. I'm gonna grab a an Allen wrench to actually tighten these when I get there. And I think these are gonna do, what is it, right here is where these are gonna be. So this printed part. It's gonna go something like that. Maybe we can just get that somewhat in place now. Nylon, anything that doesn't get brittle. I mean, basically anything but PLA. Probably wouldn't use TPU either. Although TPU would be the strongest. It's not gonna work too well. Use like a cheetah, like a Ninja Tech cheetah if you're gonna use TPU. Okay. That is spaced there, although it's not exactly where I want it to be the other way. So I'm gonna flip it over and loosen and tighten and probably get it that way. Okay, then we get to do the same thing with this side. Just was self Nova. Some of these a bit tighter than others. Apparently it's the slot, not that. So this is going to go here. Something like that. I'm building up this little stack of parts before threading them in. I think it's working a little better. Line up the T-nut. Just like that. Do one more. And one more here. How much further of this? Oh, we're just at the beginning of this guide. There we are. There, okay. Put this here. Cement. That's 2. Wow. There could probably be a little better way to do this. Maybe technique. something. Okay. I'm going to do much of that over again by flipping it over. Now I'm going to take my L wrench, 2.5, should get it in there. I don't think I can actually do anything with this unless I do that, but that doesn't really help. So wow. Not a lot of wiggle room to get a wrench in there. Feels good. Let's do that since I can get to it. There. And then yeah, that feels good. Straight down, tight. Figure out a technique here. I think this, of any spots in the build, this might benefit the most from a blind joint setup. This would be quicker, stronger, cheaper, with some blind joint holes. Okay. Very good. Let me make sure all of these are tight. Hey, it's Tor. Have to machine in the extrusion then, but that's cheap. That's cheap for them to do. Okay. That. We did the spacer on the underside. Move the rightmost extrusion until it lines up properly in the slots of the alignment jig. Hey James, this is the bed extrusions. This is the bed frame. Install the printed bed frame alignment jig. The left side. Yeah, we did that, all that. Okay, Z-axis belt tensioners. If your Z-axis belts are not pre-cut, then cut 2 lengths of 9mm GT2 belt to at least 868 millimeters. The belts used in the guide are exactly 868 with 434 usable teeth. It is not recommended to cut the belt shorter as it will make tensioning the belt difficult. If the belt is too long, then proper tension may not be achievable. Install 2 M4 heat sets. So we've got pieces here. And these are 2 heat sets that I did not pre-install. I think at this point I can ditch my my quartz countertop there because it's not great for white balance on the camera either. I think I'm done with squaring up frame stuff. Okay, so that can go there. This can go back on top of that. Okay. So, we're gonna put heat sets there, and then 2 heat sets here. So I did this on one of them, but I saved the other one to do on stream. So we basically want a long, this actually works best with just a regular, a thicker tip on the iron. And then we're going to, we have these heat sets in. We're going to put some on the inside here, which are hard to get to. Even the nice slim tips for whatever, they end up running into somewhere and melting the side. I did that because I tried it right there. That was with the CNC kitchen installer. So this is the easier method to do, and we can do that. There's the M4s. There's some M4s. Two M4s. And we put this in here and thread it in just a little bit, doesn't need to be a lot. And then we can pull on that while we heat the top. So I am going to basically pinch it right there and put some tension on there, and then heat the insert as we pull it in. More mass will require me more BTUs. Cordless irons may be a little anemic. So I don't know how great of a view we're getting here. This is also going to ensure that we insert this straight by using the starting to go in to just pull. See if I can get that. It needs more. Prusa screw pull method, but with heat sets instead. If you have a stainless steel M4 for this, it's going to be more effective. The screw is actually getting a bit warm. There we go. Put that into right there. This screw was actually getting a little warm, not warm enough to burn me. A stainless steel screw will work a lot better. That's why I use a stainless when I'm removing. I don't think I have anything really long enough to do this with stainless. Yeah, not really. But for this part, there's no real better way to do this. So you just gotta, maybe I'll turn the heat up a little bit. A little more heat into it, hopefully a little quicker. I've done that trick before with inserts that were designed for injection molding. It works well for aligning them better. Going in. Got a little better angle on it this time. So then I'm going to just make sure that that's flush in there. And there we go. Yep. Those are two I wanted to do on camera. Turn that off. Okay. When Nero was melting his print head from printing some hot stuff, it was the steel screw on the afterburner that conducted heat and melted the inserts out. Yeah. Okay, so that's there. Now install the M4, properly align, repeat. Okay. When both are done, remove both M4 by 30, set up printed belt tensioner left. Now install the M4 heat sets into the printed parts. Okay. How many times do we have to explain the same process? Install an M3 tap into your hand tap and proceed to tap M3 threads into these. So M3 threads, we did that before, so let's do it again. How far does that need to tap? It goes all the way to the little belt groove here, so I'll go to that. I think there's probably a M3 by 15 grub screw. No, it's probably an M3 by 6. That's gonna hold, it's gonna force that belt to stay in place. And I'm trying to see within the black part there to make sure I don't go too far. Where do you get all the nifty tools? All the nifty tools. This is just a, there we go. This is just an inexpensive tap setup. A new project on the horizon, a CAN board with ADXL, YN stop, ZN stop, and bed thermistor for the switch wire. Oh, for the a bed tool board. Where did that go? Oh, that can go all the way to there. Okay, I'm not gonna go any further. I'll let it tap. I'll let it thread into plastic for the last bit. To be honest, I think just about any of this will be okay, but this is along layer lines, so I don't want it to split this way. So tapping these is not really a bad idea. There's the end. Last week I broke 3 3mm drill bits to drill the switch wire holes. Oh. Into the Mark 52 bed frame. Oh, really? You doing it by hand or with a drill press, or what was the cause of the failures? Okay. Make sure everything is clear in there. And then same thing on this one. Clear out the go. With a hand drill. Yeah, really easy to tweak it and snap. And one more. How are we doing? We're at, we got only 4 hours. We're doing good. Made a mess. Ooh. Bye-bye, ruler. Okay. Over there. My longest stream, I think, what, 10 hours? I won't be going that long today. My stomach's grumbling. Okay, so we did that. And we did that. Tap in 3 threads into the 2 holes in the printed. Oh, we got to do more. We weren't done. We got to tap them into these now. So these are little printed tensioners that end up going in here, something like that. See, they oppose each other, and there's a couple of screws here, and you probably put it in there and then you pull them together with 2 screws here. Maybe you tighten them with these 2 screws here. Yeah. Just getting ready to leave to get some carnitas? Why do you have to say that? I did a V0 build that was like 10 hours. I did a, the switch wire build was 9 or so hours. I want some carnitas. There we go. How long is a trident build? I have one coming soon. That's it, taco hat. But there's no carnitas. Should have grabbed that before for clearing out the tap. It's much more effective than just running my fingernail in the groove. Tina, you ever get yours? You get yours all finished? Did the bed mesh setup work well for you? Trident build is probably, I would say, 20 hours. It's probably not a unreasonable estimate. And then this one. Are you considering adding a moderator to your stream to help answer audience questions and assist? Everybody's a moderator for that. That's exactly. We got everybody here that can do that. And I have moderators. Mr. Bill right here. That's one. Done 2 V0 so far and 2 Merc 1s. Trident is my next build. Nice. You'll do well then. There we go. There's Poity. Poity too. But everybody can answer questions. Peanut gallery folks, exactly. Phone in his pocket, every Steve on YouTube becomes a mod. Exactly. Yep. My workhorse at the moment. Second has mainboard problems, and the third is in. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at chat later. Pretty self-sufficient. Yes. Yep. Okay, that is done. So those are all tapped. Tap M3 threads into there. And then I guess we're gonna go cut those belts. Okay, let's see how much belt we have. We have belt in here. We have belt. Is that the belt for the entire thing? Or is there another thing of belts for the gantry? I'm gonna guess that this is all of it. So, this told us that we need a certain amount of belt. .868 millimeters. Well, I've got a nice, at least it's less than a meter. Less than a meter, so we can actually do this here. It says 334 usable teeth. I wonder how accurate this is. Poity, am I going to be buying more belt if this isn't right? .868 seems awfully specific. Be sure to count the individual. I know, I was thinking about that. Knowing Dan, it's on the money. Okay. Okay. I've got extra 9mm belt. I've got lots of 9mm belt. Let's see what we have here. Let me check the end here, see how well it's cut. So that's right there on a tooth. So I'm going to go there. I'll move this down to 868. What if I do 870? Am I going to get fired if I do 870? I'm going to do 870 because I'm a chicken. Right there, and I actually might do this with the there we go. There's one. I probably should have zoomed out. We'll zoom out for the next one. Can always cut long and trim. I am 2 millimeters long. I'm one tooth. I'm one tooth long. And that is dead on. There's the last tooth. We're right to 870. Yep, right there. Saying we're not supposed to count the teeth. So now we'll do, since this is a relatively short length, this is not bad to do. So line up the teeth there. Take it all the way. Teeth are still lined up. And cut there. Perfect. One extra tooth. One extra tooth. And that means this is for the gantry. Oops, this goes here. Okay, so now we're going to come back down here and, okay, so insert one end into the profile of printed Z-axis belt tensioner part 1. That's got to be this one. Got to be this guy right here. And we are going to put this right in here. That's going to need to get kind of worked in there. on my little screwdrivers. Clipper has history that tracks time. I'm gonna pull this out and probably take my, what can I take here? What can I take here? Where's my hobby knife? Is it over here for some reason? I'm gonna clean this up and make sure it's nice and clear for that. It's a little tight right now. I don't have a hobby knife in here. Is it in the, not in there. It's usually right here. Huh. Oh, here's what I'll do. I'll just take this and kind of scrape out. I'm actually mostly using the back side of the blade to just kind of make sure there's no stringiness. And this is filled filament, so let's actually see the back side of the blade I'm using. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. All the way in. I went in a lot further this time. So close. Wiggle it. Wiggle it with some downward pressure. It's helping. There we go. Okay. That's in there. So I'll have to remember to clean all those out. Okay. Insert two M3x6 set screws. 3x5 and 3x6. I'll probably need several of these. Get the ones that are trying to get away first. And those go in here. And that'll just kind of bottom out against the end. And just like another quarter turn, and done. How are we doing? There we go. Okay, it's not coming out anyway. Repeat these steps on printed and 2 additional M3x6 set screws. So I think that's the other one. So that's this piece. I'm gonna do the same, kind of clearing it out. I'm guessing a lot of this has to do with just the fibers in this. This is the area where it's going to have an impact. Is there a difference between using a tap to thread a hole versus just using a screw? Where this is thin, you see that is real close to the edge there. Not a lot of material here. I would be worried about just threading in and having it split because the layer lines are going in that direction. So I'm really using this as a scraper because I'm not even using the sharp edge of this. I'm just pushing this in. And if I had something else here, I'd probably use it, but and then pushing any of that out the bottom. Okay, let's see if that worked. So which way do we have? I don't know which way this is going. I don't know. I guess this is vertical. So I'll just make these match. Well, that's easy. That one doesn't have any text on it. So they match. Use the closest tool. Exactly. Hey, zombie. How are you? Since I'm right on the end. Make sure I got the end. Okay. There. Just hopefully a wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. See if I can force this in. This, I'm gonna trim just the front edge of this off. There we go. Not even a tooth, just that front edge. Very tight. Just did maintenance on P1P, 2,600 hours. That's a lot. That's a lot of print time. I would consider this probably all the filament in my print settings. That, no. Maybe. Try to get something that's a little... There we go. Needed a little bigger flathead screwdriver, so it wasn't poking into it, but pushing down on it. That's what I needed. There. Troy, thanks for being a member. 24 months. Is that where we're at right now? Okay, so that is those two. Okay, place the Mandela Roseworks bed face down onto your clean work surface and orient as shown. Thoroughly clean the surface of the bed. Oh, I didn't actually do any of this. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the grub screws on this one. I didn't put the grub screws on this one. You signed up right away? I was wondering if that was going to bottom out or if it was just instantly stripped, but it did finally. Just took a while. Signed up right away. Yeah, everything's good. There we go. Grab all of these. Put them back in here. And let's clean this up a bit. Youth 3DP, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, let's clean this off. Grab our mandala bed. James, thanks for being a member. 24 months. Yep. Okay. Where? Ah, there it is. I have got the fancy integrated magnets bed. Okay. Orient it this way. Looks like that. What is that? Those holes don't match. Oops. Those holes don't match. Is it actually this way? Or here, center hole in front there. I am going off of this hole here being in the center, so I'm gonna put that right there. Bed size is 300 by 300. Patrick, thanks for being a member. Thoroughly clean the surface of the bed till a clean paper towel wipe shows no transferable. Can recycle components here. It's important to follow this with a microfiber cloth wipe to remove any lint left behind. This page is only required for those that opted for a standard heated bed, not mag bed. Should be skipped for those magnets embedded in the heated bed face. Okay. Flip the heated bed and thoroughly clean the surface of the bed. Okay, so we are going to clean. We are going to clean. Mandela Roseworks did a bed like that for me with ears for a plate stop. Nice. Grab a fresh thing of IPA. Gave the last one away. So on these fresh bottles, I don't know, I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I usually just poke a hole in the center there. And then that gives me a lot more control when bye-bye cap. A little bit of dirt, machining oils, whatever. Put this over. Yep, that's what I have, Josh. It's Amazon Basics, 99% IPA. Almost. Let's flip this around this way. Yeah, Wade's a cool guy. We saw him at Rocky Mountain this year. I have a thing to try out. I have no actual idea which printer I'm going to try out said thing on. I need to look at the requirements and stuff. Said thing is, where is it? Oh, right here. One of these things. I don't know if anybody's seen this, the strike point probe. Kind of clever. It is a little probe that it's in this orientation, it's spring loaded. In this orientation, there's a circuit that is completed between this spring-loaded contact and this on the side. If you push this up, it lifts from that screw and breaks contact. So it's a normally closed switch. Push this up, it detects, it's basically a micro switch at that point. And then it comes up here and stows out of the way. You're supposed to use a lever or whatever to get that. Yeah, this new probe. So the only thing I need to figure out is what am I going to try it on? Haven't figured that out yet. Okay, so I'm a little concerned here, just making sure because my bolt holes don't exactly match this. So let's alleviate that concern by seeing where it actually mounts in the CAD. So it looks like, oh yeah, the 3-point bed. So it's there, and I know this is kind of hard to see, but there's one there. Oh, there they are. That's where it mounts. So okay, so all the wiring comes out to the side that it comes to 2 on. So I'm gonna flip this around. So it's basically using the trident mounting pattern, I think. Yeah, I think so. this is going to be where the wiring is on this side. Okay. I have a genuine Kinovo heater. Let's make sure I don't just immediately get a bunch of stuff on the top of my plate here. I think this is going to go right like that. So these are the 2 mounting points, and that's the 3rd. It's got to be, because there isn't anything on the side up here. So just double, triple checking I'm correct here. This bed, the heater is not 100% square and everything, so I'm going to get this close, but it's not going to be perfect. The shapes on this are a little odd. I'm going to make sure I have clearance around the mounting holes here. This is where I'm going to basically focus my efforts on where to put this stuff. So I will swap this around again. It's going to go right. That's where I'm going to start. So I have the best chance of getting those lined up. I will use, where is it? Where is my roller? Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Roller. Turn the mat around for the wires coming out of the back. The heater's never 100%. Check the kinematic mounts for sure. So, according to CAD here, we're looking at the CAD. There's our 3 mounting points, right? And you can see where the heater is. This is our heater. This is kind of indicating where, and this is our thermal fuse. So this is where the heater wires are coming out the opposite end of the center kinematic mount. See that? They're coming out the opposite end of that. Yeah. Well, it actually ends up being the side. So don't assume that this installs the same way that it may be a Trident / 2.4 plate, but it doesn't necessarily orient the same way as in a Trident or 2.4. So this is going to go on just like this. So wires are going that way. This is our center bed mount. And so you're not staring at the back of my head. We're going to go with this viewing angle. Okay, so that's going to go there. Let's see, there's a bit of lint right there. So this is a Loman adhesive sheet. I have some of this. I have not actually used it. So let's do one more wipe and then a microfiber cloth. Yeah, I agree, Troy. See, that just wiped onto there. So that, and then just make sure. And I'm not gonna go grab a brand new microfiber cloth to do this. I'm just gonna ball it up and there we go. That is going to be good enough. Okay, so away from the center point, which means we are going to, Chris, welcome. Busy day, but came check in. Awesome. We are not making the progress I had hoped, but we are making progress. I'm gonna fold this back a little bit, just like that. And then when we set this on here, it doesn't stick. We can still move it around. So let's do that. And then I'll lean over this and just eyeball center with a focus on making sure I've got clearance around these mounting holes. The back here, we can probably going to go right there. Which means it's going to bias a little bit back, but I want these to be centered. So I think right there is good. So I can start setting this down, work my way out. And I can lift this up and grab this with tweezers to start. There we go. Now I'm going to use my roller. You're going to be using this powerhouse for once it's built? Well, Hue Forge, what else? Now, I hope to do, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I've not reliably done multicolor, multi-material prints yet. It'll be neat to try all the things. Lots of pointed, focused pressure. Live hinges and nylon. Okay. Okay. Whew. Lots of pressure. That works well. Oops. Yeah, that turned out pretty good. Give you a little non-shadow view there. Okay, what is next? Norris won the F1. The race is already over? Locate and install the thermal fuse in the orientation shown using the orientation. Okay, so there. So thermal fuse is that in miscellaneous? Is it in electronics? Let's try electronics. Yep, there it is. Oops, I pulled the things off. Got other cool things in there. Too soon, and that is using a M5x10 button head. M5x10 button head. There's probably all of one of these in here. Most of the stuff in here is not M5, mostly M4. Chris, should there be a Oh, there it is. There it is. So 10% of 1 is still 1, huh? This does not have one built in. So this is the connections for the heater wires. This is just the thermistor. This one does not appear to have it built in. Okay, so this is gonna go right here. Suppose. Right there. The rounding up math was overridden. If folks don't have a M5 by 10, it might be a problem. That's a tight threads on this one. There we are. But that means that it's not going to come loose. That's not going anywhere. Okay. Locate the installation instructions inside the Kinematic mounting kit. It's a whole separate box in here, right? Miscellaneous. There. There it is. Cursory read through, use the image below to identify. After all of the verbiage, extensive verbiage. Oh, I got to slap it first. That's not going anywhere. There we go. That's not going anywhere. After all the extensive verbiage in these instructions, it says, when we're talking now about the Mandela stuff, it's after a cursory read through. Use the image below to identify the holes in the bed that will be populated with kinematic ball fasteners. Ah, chalupas. Oh, you guys are making me hungry. So, is that cursory enough? Okay, they do such a cool job with the laser packaging. Okay, I gotta remember how this all goes. A bunch of ball sockets and magnets that I need to keep out of the way of other things. Put those, oh, keep them out of the way of the bed. Oh, that's not magnetic. There, I'm never gonna remember I put that there. Can you tell by the photos and shorter paragraphs that I added this part recently? Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, we've got these, and I'm glad, now looking at these, I'm glad I made sure I was centered here, because you need a little bit of space there for those to go in. And these are also nicer than the earlier kinematic set I have. I don't have these on the set I have. I have not gotten back to the Tridex there, Tuxedo. I will. I'm planning on it. I need to. It's too close not to. Oh, so, okay. After a cursory look, and then this is the unique positions for this build is what it is. So we need to pick at the ball gets assembled with a screw. One of those screws. Okay, let's do this instead then. That's all that. What are these? Are these, those look M4s, don't they? Are they? Are they M3s? Nope. They are M3. Did you get the oh, yeah. So that is just that and this. So let's go ahead and put those in. I is this gonna, should this be Loctited? It is all metal. Is Loctite's gonna loosen up with the temperature anyway, right? I will deal with it if I have to do anything. Where'd that go? Right there. Not going to be as effective on the heated bed. Let's put that in that orientation. Just give it a good ugga-dugga. And stainless is of the typical fasteners is appropriate for this, for not as heat conductive. Not as much heat transfer. Oh, those are pretty easy to tighten by hand. And this one is going to have to go that way. Was that those must have been the correct screws, but I'm shy a screw here. What length were those? 3 M3 by 10s. Those were missing an M3 by 10. To explain ugga-duggas to a family member. That's funny. M3 by 10. That's these, right? It's gotta be. Missing a screw. Come on, Wade. Perfect, right there. Even and all of this stuff. So if that's there, and we're looking at this diagram here, I don't know how much of this. Hey, Jason. So like we have, these are different heights. So which one is which? I think this is the tall one. This is the short one. And then this is the wide one. Is that how that's gonna go? Okay. Interesting. Does this have us putting this on yet? How does that go? So install a M4 nut in there, install one on that side, and then loosely install 2 more corner brackets. Locate the remaining 2020, so we're going to make another little thing here. Follow, okay, so then that goes there, there, and there. Okay, so let's put this stuff aside for a moment. Oops, not that, that. Ooh, I want a big ol' giant magnet. Let's put that right there. Which way does this go? Let's do this by looking at CAD. Oh, that's fun. That got blown up somehow. Interesting. What happened? Okay. I just hit undo a bunch right there. I wonder what happened there. I must have hit something. Let's see, what is that? Part of the hotbed. Let's isolate that. There we are. Ha, that makes it a little easier. Oh, and that goes across there. Oh, and it sits down inside of that. That works. Okay. That's a little better. See a Wyoben? So I just gotta pick. Right now this is symmetric, but I have to pick a side for this last extrusion to go between. For this last extrusion to go between. Is that the last extrusion? The last extrusion doesn't go between. How long is that extrusion supposed to be? That should be 270 millimeters. It is 270 millimeters. Okay. This whole thing should be 470.5 millimeters. Then the thing that is left is our little tool here. Oh, well, that gets tighter in that side. Oh, those don't. Oh, okay. There's where the problem is. Okay. So that's correct there. So would this have fit over here? No, it's a lot off. It's a lot off. It's a lot off. Is that the correct tool? Ooh, maybe I had the wrong tool. Well, yeah, I had the wrong tool. I have two of these, Chris. They are awfully similar. That's where my problem is. Okay, we can fix that. And it's not too bad to fix. So that's got to go over. The offsets are different on each side. Where did it say that? Where did it say that? Did I miss that? If we go all the way up here, before all of this, install the two printed bed. I didn't print two of these. Was I supposed to print two of each of these? Oh yeah, that's right, because I printed one of each of all the tools in these until I started paying attention. We'll set these 2020 extrusions. The lengths are called out, yeah. Install the printed bedded frame 63.5 on the underside of the bed frame at the left side. What do you not, wait, what? Oh no, you're doing good. You're doing good, Luke. You're correct, I had it wrong. But I don't know where it said, oh, 56 millimeter. Install two printed frame alignment 56 millimeters on the underside, on the underside, on the right side. So that's this one. And then this other side is closer to correct. So short on one side and long on the other. Okay, so long, short. The long and short of it. I wish I would have paid attention to printing two of these. think what I'm going to do here is just set this on top. And, do I have, I don't think I have the space to do that. Whatever, it'll be fine. Let's do that. There we go. Get that just snug. This way. That just snug. There we go. And those are flush. And that way. The clamps. I don't have enough room to get a clamp underneath. So, oh. So now this side should have been close to correct, except it gets tight on this side, so I want to fix that. There we go. Awesome. Hey, look, it fits. with some reasonable clearance. Okay, back on track. Oh, where were we? So install so that. But which side is that on? I guess it doesn't matter. It's gonna go on. I'm looking at this. This is like this now. And this is gonna go on the bottom. So I think wide side here, narrow side there. This goes right here. And this is the point where my goes here, this goes here, and we'll probably need to put two to the end piece here. Oh yeah, this is the one that's different. Trying to make building a 2.4 look like a piece of cake. I'm gonna put them on here first instead of here first. It's a lot easier to get into these. Oh, it goes this way. Never mind. It goes this way, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. And then this little short guy here, that's labeled. These guys need labels. That is the last two of the corner brackets. Here they are. And oh no. How am I short one of those? Did it fall somewhere or did I forget to print it? I'm short one of these little printed roundy thingies. have to look around on the bench here to make sure it didn't try to escape. That's a bummer. Okay. Here. Washers and 4 washers. Printed roundy thingy. Yep. The exact terminology. That needs to go in the manual. Get the printed roundy thingy. Okay, so these. Go. And this goes right there. Not tight yet. That. That. Goes right there. Okay, now this goes right here. I think the order of things in the manual could use some optimizations. Probably. Don't mind me. There, and then 2 more of these. So I've got 1 printed roundy thing there. Missing, did it get knocked into another container? Hey, I found another little tiny M2. I might have just not hit duplicate that 1 extra time I should have. I should have printed like 5 extras of these. They're so small. Any in there? No. I simply don't have it. It'll just have to center itself. I'll go print another one. Hey, Toxoid, welcome. Okay, so that's there. This one's going to need to do without it for now. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, let's turn this over. This goes in here, like that. Just passing, looked alike, have a good build, can't stay. See you, Axel. Thanks for stopping by. Kind of center that, with that. Let's see how this works out. Some of them do. I think it's just a, so let me say something. There's very possible that I forgot to hit forward in the Fusion timeline before I exported these. So I'm just thinking about that. It's possible they don't have labels because I was editing them and didn't fast forward to the end of the timeline because I was editing somewhere further back. Very possible. There we go. Okay, that is that. Now this goes like this, and we get to place some of these things on here. So I think like something like that, probably. Okay, spacer left, spacer right. So we got SR, SL. Oh, I see. So this is spacer left. This is spacer right. And this one goes here. We put some pieces together. So these go on like, this goes like that. So that means the spacers go forward and back. There's a nifty little locating peg, indexing feature. And that uses some itty bitty, probably these itty bitty M2s. We'll want to Loctite these. Let's go. Oh, not there. Where'd the 1.5 millimeter wrench go? Did I put it away? No. Where is it? The 1. Oh, there it is. Need some engraved labels. Yeah, like I said, I think they do. I'm gonna have to check because the more I think about it, the more I probably screwed up when I was editing files. Yep, goes in there. On there. Hey, Mikkel. Do that one more time with the other one. And I did it on the wrong one. I'm supposed to do it on the other. Yeah. I did it on the wrong one. Make sure it's sitting down in a little machine channel. And where did that other screw go? There it is. Itty bitty screws. I like the spacers for this because I know setting this up on my Trident was fun. That goes there. We need a roll in. These are the little leaf spring style T-nuts. Is this just for expansion? The bed frame already puts it in plane. Correct. Correct. This is just for thermal expansion. And cursing when you accidentally turn your printer on its side and haven't secured your bed in place. That's the other main purpose. Creative language. Okay. That's not gonna work. Pull this out, and this should be able to fit between there. It's so close that I think it's just a matter of making sure that these have maximum space in them. Let's see, loosen these little indexing features out and let them move to the side, and then that can fit in between. So, clunk. It's a terrible sound, yes. Now that goes on there. And this guy here, which is that. And that's going to go up against that printed spacer. StableBot says through bolts after the sphere to save the end user. Yeah, I wonder if some little like spring steel piece would be helpful for Wade to incorporate into these. Now, the only difference between these is the height. And looking at a previous picture, I seem to think that the taller one is over here. I think. Yeah, this is the flat one in the back. This is the chamfered one. So this is the difference between the flat, the ball sitting on top of a disc magnet or sitting inside of a chamfer on the thing. So that's why this is in this orientation. Means this one can just go over here and get bolted in place. This is the chamfer one. Yeah. Pedro. Creative language, the native language of the Scottish, coming from a Scot. The new Loctite tube. Did you write a date of opening on it? I did not, because I've already wasted a ton of it, because the new formula hardens just even with the cap on. I've had to throw away like days or projects worth of hardened Loctite. It's really irritating. So those are done. Those are bolted down. I got to put the rest of this together. So that's there, and this is here, and those magnets, neat little laser cut doodad. So the disc is going to go on the back. Let's start there because that's the next magnet. It's the first magnet in the stack here. So we got a disc. Let's put this over there, all on its own. So this disc, oops, we can't do that. We need to locate that. How do we locate that? Oh, spacer front. Spacer front. Goes right here. There we are. Spacer front. Let's put that in first. So yeah, I've been doing a pretty good job of keeping the cap on, but it's hardened up on me. Okay, so that's going there. Now that can come out. So these are all located now. Now this can go in there, and it'll kind of get held in with that screw that's underneath. And then one of these machine spacers, spacer goes on top like that. So let's do all of this. We are going to, I want to finish this part because this is basically, is this just part, oh no, this is part 3 at least, right? Which, Those all look the same length, but they're not all the same length there. Whatever. Still going. Hey, Taylor. Taylor, you got an email for me, right? You got an email for me today? I am excited. Ivan is going to be at OpenSauce. That is cool. It's a shorter one. See if these go in the sides here. Sure did. Awesome. Yep, those do. Good. Why magnets for the bed? For thermal expansion compensation, and that's just the way the kit is set up. Okay, so now that one's in place. So this one gets the next magnet here. So this is the chamfered magnet. So now the ball will set down inside of that one. This goes on here. You don't need Loctite for those screws. Well, it is metal on metal. I don't want it. I don't want it coming loose later. It's the first time I think that anybody has told me. The first time anybody has told me on these things, I don't actually need the Loctite. I'm usually the one that's going. Oh, that's why those were. Okay. I do need the longer. I think I put the longer ones here. So it does go here. Yeah. Longer ones go into this one on the corner. There. Okay, let's see how this actually lines up. Let's see how the bed lines up on there. So this should go on. There we go. It lines up. lines up, but by eye, it looks skewed. By eye, it is skewed. Question is, yeah, by eye, it's skewed. It's skewed this way. Now, these two positions are setting that skew basically. The back can then be centered to match, but I can move this one back this way a hair. Hey, Daniel. To correct that. We'll see what it actually looks like when I do that. So there is a definite skew. I think I can probably measure that. We say this is right at about 60 millimeters to the side there. This is it's 1.5 millimeters off, but that's enough to worry about. It looked more than I would have said. I would have guessed it was more than 1.5 millimeters, but oh, and this one's an easy one to move. I got to hold down the center. So that's going to shift this way. This one's going to shift over, but it doesn't have to yet because there's a lot of play in there. So that's 80 to the outside. It's easier to read. And that's just under 80, so I'm going to move this way a little bit more. I didn't move it a whole lot last time. Really close, within whatever my eye can't see a difference in that dimension. So this is where I want it to be, which means I don't have to move this one, but I'm gonna move it over just a teeny tiny bit to center it up. Otherwise, this is square now. That's cool. I don't know that I'm sure the Loctite helped, but it bounced and then stood on its end. Chris, thanks for the gifted memberships. All you folks that have been hanging out for an extended period of time have been rewarded. Oops. Check to see where I'm at with that. There we go. Oh, I guessed right on. It is centered. So you just saw all of that, Chris. Was that a reasonable fix for that, or would you have done that different? For that skew on the bed. Jose, thanks for being a member. Everybody who just got a membership, there is a actual video out there. Published it to members last night. It is a continuation of the Fusion 360 work that we did last Tuesday. And that's going to go public for everybody on Tuesday. I saw none of that actually. You're in and out. Daniel, 2 years. Thank you. So when I installed this, Chris, the bed was showing an obvious skew counterclockwise. I could see it by eye. So I just did I basically adjusted this point because I could get to it without disassembling anything through the countersunk hole, and just shifted it back until I had an even measurement to the outside of the bed. The whole thing appears to be shifted this way if it's supposed to be centered on these lower extrusions. The whole thing seems to be shifted to the left from my perspective here, by a millimeter or two. So thanks, Bill. Tic Tac Fund. Thanks, Daniel. Now that I've cut aluminum on the Milo, it's time to start working on that part of the project. Which ones were these? So that is that side, and those fit well. This is this side, so this is all correct. So these are in the right spots. And then this is in the right spot. A little tighter, but that one matters less because there's enough room there. So anyway, okay. Oh, let's leave this here. We are at 5.5 hours. We're almost done with this section. With all fasteners secured, the heat bed can be gently lowered onto the kinematic couplings. Once seated, the bed should be resistant to light force applied in any direction. Do you have the tools for locating the kinematic mounts? The tools for locating them. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I did those, but those don't really matter at this point. For that, I did all of this. I did that, and that. Actually, it's backwards. There we go. There. So this one I moved back by that much in order to get things to go straight, but all the other things are lining up correctly. See, there, and there. But I feel like it's shifted the bed. Now, it might be the way it's supposed to be. We'll find out. I can always adjust things after the printer's mostly together. If I'm short a couple of millimeters in printer travel. But using these spacers, you see this one's off by that much in order to stay centered here. This one's off by that much with this one fixed. Yeah. So if I'm within tolerance, I'm not too worried about it, but it's stuff to note for the manual and future builders. Okay. So that'll set on there. Orient the bed frame with the right side facing you. I'll note to have a look for sure. Okay. Just got home. Thanks for the podcast. Perfect. Ian asked if he knew a spoon and a sink or a sprinkler. I'm not looking forward to going. Oh no. Okay, so orient the bed with the right side facing you. These are going to be nice little stands to keep from scratching my bed or the desk. Right side facing you. That's this way. And place 4 M4 slot 6 T-nuts. 4 of these guys in, just like this. Okay. Place printed Z-axis belt tensioner right. Must be this guy. Onto in the holes. You may have to move 1 or more of the M4 for proper alignment. It's a lot of frame for the bed. So this guy's got a super thin part there. So this is gonna go right here. Let's just do this. Let's just do this on its end like this. I don't know where along here this goes. That's something to note. If these, and it could be print settings. I don't know if the fuzziness on these parts is causing this, but something to just check is that shouldn't be able to move those, and it barely does, so we're okay. But you don't want that to be able to move the T-nuts. Just to make sure, I'm gonna do this real quick. And just, I'm not taking them off, I'm just basically taking the texture down. I'm also going to hit this very carefully. Because it's printed like that. Okay, so this is going to be C.R. Chapman. Get some stuff done before the daylight goes away. Yeah. What do those bolt on with? Oh, so that just places there. So let's get these lined up. Okay. And then the other piece, which one? What piece is that? Is that one of the belt pieces? Feel like it's gotta be this one. Gotta be this one. Brian, thank you. Thanks for the gifted memberships. And welcome. Hey, Pedro. 23:30 here, going to call it a night. See you, the GPs. We are within 30 minutes of being done. I'm going to call this at 4 o'clock, 6 hour mark. Oh, there is a locating tool here. So place a printed axis belt. So that goes down. Using 4 M4 30s, what does that do? It does that, okay. Is there supposed to be anything there? I'm skipping ahead a little bit here. Okay. 4 by 35. 4 by 35. Like these? 35. Okay. So 4 by 35. 2 more. So this is the belt piece here. Is that right? That is flathead, not socket head. Flatheads. Where are those? It's not those. 4 by 35 flatheads. flatheads. Where are those? Are these missing? 4x35 flatheads. There are some other fasteners in here. Oh, those are small. 3x10. What are those? Not those. I think these are all for the... Are these supposed to be here, Chris? Maybe they're in here? No. Don't see them. Going a little late. These are not them. These are ones that will work. Are they labeled or am I reading it wrong? M4x35. Never mind, these are them. I was not reading it wrong. I was reading the tape measure wrong. I got them. No, I got it. They were there. I was 6-hour streaming problems, I think. So that goes there. Okay, make sure we can move this. Oh, I see what this is going to do. Okay. 6-hour stream brain. Yep. It's going to do that. And then we have 2 parts here. And they are different. So that does there. And then we need the place the printed installation tool at the right front corner of the bed frame as shown. So it's flush, fully tighten those, and remove the installation tool and place an M4x6 socket through an M4 washer and loosely install into the right face. What is that? Okay. Actually, I want to go, oops, wrong one. Which, that's that one. So I want to go I for info. I want, oops, info. I want that face to, that face is not a, oops, there, is 159 millimeters. So I want the one that's 159 millimeters. That one's 160 something. So this one is the 150, almost 9. It's a little less than 9. But this is gonna go like this. And that goes there. Pulling on that just to make sure. That does not. There we go. I want to make sure that these 2 printed parts are aligned as I'm pulling all this together. what are you building, Brian? Is it a surprise? Okay, remove the printed installation tool, place an M4x6 socket head through an M4 washer and loosely install into the right face of the right Z-axis belt tensioner assembly. Repeat the other hole in another M4x6. I wonder what, that'll be interesting. Just those two into there, huh? Oops. I was looking at that picture right there. M4x6. So that's a itty bitty, that's not that. Where's the M4x6s? It's those. It did say M4x6, right? Place an M4x6 socket head cap screw. Socket head cap screw, M4x6. I see oh, there, is that them? Yep, that's them. That and a M4 washer. These are just temporary fix for the counterweight cable later. Oh, okay. Temporary for the counterweight cable later. Got it. So 4x6 here. Loosely install. Leave that just finger tight. Not to be confused with M6x4. We'll leave those right there. The counterweight cable. Turn the bed frame around and put more in. Four more of these. Okay, and then I just feel like this is gonna go on here directly, just like that. Place the assembled. You may have to move one more with M4x25 buttons. M4x25. These. That's 20. Is that really 25? It is. 4 of them. And a deer. Yeah. I got a Trident hardware kit, just have extra hardware, metal. Metal 80 tooth pulleys for kind of overbuilt M4 extruder. Fun. 3010 fans for dragon burner. CNC deburring tool set. There we go. You missing a printed part between the block? I don't think so. Oh, not yet. I don't think so yet. We just have that, and then this part that I just did. And then And then the other, so is this the same printed part tool or is it a different one? I don't know what this other one is. Should go, there we go. So that gets held there and that goes right there. It's not the same as the other side, correct. And I'm not sure that it's the same tool. So we're gonna go, this one is 160 millimeters there. That one's it's 158 millimeters. This one's 159 millimeters. Why is that different? Why is that different? That one's like just at 159. No, they're closer than I saw at first. I will tweak these if I need to. Oh. Okay. Bed frame mounts. Oh, that's these guys. That's these pieces. So those are going to go something like that. Actually, probably like that. Okay. I just noticed your shirt, you're a day late. Well, I didn't stream yesterday. Every day is Star Wars Day. Ask Chris. Chris Perillo. Every day is Star Wars Day. But it took almost 6 hours. Let's go in here like that. Be belated May the 4th. It's a Revenge of the 5th, right? There we go. Okay, how far to the end do these go? So we're gonna bolt those on. May need to move one or more, loosely secure the print with M3x14 socket heads. Okay. M3x14. Must be these. No. These. It's 12s. They must be over here. Yep. Let's see how. Oh, hey! Look what I found. I found my other spacer. It was trapped in there. So I didn't screw up. It's the plastic spacer thingamajig. Just seeing if that spacing is right. I probably would have been 12s on these two. Got my first 3 Doron Velto frame parts printed. Fun. The roundy thing, yeah. It would help if I realize I'm going to be putting M3 screws in to put the M3 T-nuts in. And it would help even more if this one had a ball in the little spring area. As it is, it's going to be a pain to get out. There we are. It's completely missing It's been neutered. I should have realized what I was doing here. 6-hour stream brain. I like that excuse. They do tighten down better with 3 mil. I knew as soon as that wasn't tightening down what was going on. Okay, the M3 ones were over here, right? There they are. Oh, those are M4s. Where's the M3 ones? Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are M4s. Yep. Where are the M3 ones? I thought I had them. We used them last stream, right? Oh yeah, they're the black ones. That's right. I was looking for silver. They're the black ones. Returned with Taco Bell. Oop, there's a spring. We can get the, now we just need a bearing. There we go. These will blend in nicely. Chat let you down. We sat here chilling watching you put those in. You did. Dare you. How dare you also have 6-hour stream brain. So I ordered a DJI Osmo, and the thing isn't going to be here for a month. It's okay, I don't need it in the next month, but order a nifty new gadget and you want to play with it, right? They do have chamfers, yeah. There we go. I don't want to actually tighten these, but shift that a bit. And then this one, I'm gonna go over here. Any incoming RC project coming on my stream? I've got lots of options for potential RC projects, mostly in the 3D sets realm. But I don't have anything planned right now. I haven't printed anything. Hey, Science Sniper. Okay, so those are all threaded in. It's still loose. Mount the bed frame. Okay. Set them and place 4 printed bed frame alignment blocks. Can I cut this into quarters? This way? It might work? No, because it needs that. Remember how I said I didn't pay attention to quantities when I was printing the tools? I didn't pay attention to the quantities when I was printing the tools. You know what I do have that works really great as a alignment block? I have 4 1 2 3 blocks. We still have more than 200 watching. That's awesome. The nearly 6-hour mark. These are awfully close to 1 2 3 block spacing. This stuff out of the way. 1 2 3 times 4. Exactly. Okay, we gotta bring the frame back up here. Set this aside. These aside. I have 4 1 2 3 blocks. Yep. 1 2 3 4 blocks. Oh. Ah. Okay. So that needs to set there. And we got, which side? Are we on this side? Yeah, the front too. What are we watching? The roll versus roll bit is well deserved. Are you just catching that? It's hilarious. Okay, this guy is gonna go in here. We're gonna place 1 2 3 blocks on the 4 sides here. Just like that. Chonker of a machine. Remember, lift with the knees, yes. I'm gonna go in from the end here. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna go in this way. There we are. Get rid of that little piece. Looks heavy even without any steppers. PSU. Oh yeah, it's just gonna get heavier. There we go. Set this in there. This is cool. This is getting there. Place the assembled bed frame on top of the printed bed frame. The bed frame should be able to stable and flush. Yeah, it doesn't rock at all. It's sitting on 4 1 2 3 blocks on the corners and it doesn't rock at all. That's good. That's a good sign. Your bed frame is skewed so that one corner has some space. Loosen. Okay. Any thoughts on the advantage, disadvantage of this bed setup versus a trident? This is very similar to a trident, Brian. It's just a lot more extrusions. You basically have a sub bed carriage, subframe. Now be attached. The assembled bed frame will now be attached to the machine. When moving the linear rail cartridges, be sure to not to let them slide down too far to avoid damage. Loosely secure the M12 cartridge to the belt tensioner with 4 M3x50 socket head cap screws. Let's do these. Okay, so we are going to go right through here. $20, $20, $40. Where did that go? Too far. There we are. figure out where that is. There we are. There it is. So that, it is a monster. This is going to be, I'm very much looking forward. I've been looking forward to building this. I've been very looking forward to using it for a very long time. So, seen it at various shows that Chris has been at. It's different. Okay, so that's on there. So, this connection is aligned to provide optimum torque on the bed. Oh, okay, that's just a spacer. On the bed frame while moving along the Z-axis without causing the bed to tilt or skew during use. What is this? Keep the assembled bed frame flush to the printed alignment blocks at all four corners while you fully tighten the four. Be careful not to over-tighten screws going into over-tightening. Install a printed left Z-axis bed frame installation tool. Is that what this is? What is that? What is that? Install a printed left Z-axis bed frame installation tool. Yeah. Let's see what that is. STLs, Guide 3, Tools, Z-axis bed frame installation tool. Yep, that's the one I have in my hand. Okay. Looked like a printer inside printer, too many extrusions. Repeat this, but that's not lined up there. Okay, so this is this little tool, and if I go here, it doesn't slide past the extrusion here. If I go here, it slides past with quite a bit of space to spare. I don't know that this is all correct on this side though. Here we go. That's correct there. Okay. So maybe that needed to, there we are. So now how does that even up? So that goes there. This, yeah, it doesn't go past that. It doesn't go past it at all. Okay. Aside from being rock solid as an FDM machine, Blackbox's heft comes from the idea that a tool does not have to be FDM. Ah. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is this whole column probably needs to move a little bit so that this is lined up evenly. Does that seem, and that's what this little tool is supposed to be checking to see if we're centered front and back in here. The hex insert that you redesigned yesterday available as a single piece anywhere as an STL. It is. It's in the description of the video that I posted last night is a link to my GitHub with that STL. I am still going for a little bit. I want to finish this. I'd like to finish this thing, but I might be in over my head as far as time. It might be a good little bit left. I think the only way for that can tighten, of course, as long as everything is, but this is it's like a millimeter off there. Doesn't go across there. This one goes there. Okay, I want to do something else here. Let's look at the next step. Solid printed less fragments and it's shown below, but it doesn't really say what to do with this. Repeat this for the other printed left. Remove the blue painter's tape off the front left. Oh yeah. This thing is a tank, it is. I'm gonna have a hard time assisting giving my current location, but if you use printed tools to set the location of the third rail extrusion assembly, I double check the CAD before loosening anything, yeah. M3 by 10s. Courage, secure the Z-axis bracket front with 2 M3 by 10 and 2 M3 by 35s. Let's do that. I'm gonna get these on because this is gonna help me figure out if things are so M3 by 10s here. So 2 M3 by 10s. There's that one. That one. I'm not tightening these, just getting them in lined up. Interesting. Means that this is not in the right spot. So let's look at the CAD. Let's look at the CAD. So what I'm seeing is, let's frame. Yeah, let's isolate the frame. So this extrusion right here is what I want to see for where that location is. And I'm gonna measure an extrusion to extrusion. So let's do a I for info, and we wanna do the front of this. Oops, not that one. Hit I? No. I'm reaching across for the keyboard. That face there to, let's just go here. That should be 223. That's not a straight measurement, is it? Yeah, it is. 223.25. So 223. Yeah, that's almost 224. And that is the gap I was seeing. It's almost 224. So let's shift that. I'm not gonna twist this thing around every time. I'm just gonna loosen these two. This says 223.25. I am going to actually get my calipers, and we're gonna do a shift and tighten one side. I'm gonna loosen the bottom, shift that as well. $223.56. Here. Trying to get a better angle at this, but I think that'll be okay. 223.56. Let's try that. Whacker time. I've got a hammer. I've got my hammer. Hey, Charlie. That's 223.22. It's going to be close enough. I am not going to have it printing this string. I guess I'm going to do this by measurement instead. .11. .22. Okay, so at least they're even. Measuring the same way, they're even. They're very close. It does a... Okay, so if that is now kind of there, and if I take this, that goes there, and this, it's really so close. It's almost touching. So that could very well be my print here. Here, let's do this. Let's loosen this. Let's do it this way. That touches. Woohoo, finally found the config issue with the Tridex. I'll send you over the configuration update. Awesome. So those, it doesn't quite fit on either side. If I push it, it does. It takes about the same amount of force on both sides. So let's loosen this. Let this find its center. And take another quick measurement. That's good news, Joey. 222.5 is what we ended up needing to be at. What are we up here? .7, 222.6. Gotta get it close. The build volume 300 by 300 by, what was it, 275? 222.67 0.6. Gotta get it just that little bit. .58. That's 0.02. 0.02 similar. Achieve the right alignment. While the printed part relies on my print settings for that. So this was better. There we go. And it does actually touches there, but let's see what happens when we get these going. See if these will actually line up now. Why aren't those lining up? Okay. Go. Let's see what this does. I feel like I'm still could be a little better. Ugh. What was the other size on these? 3 by 35. That's these, right? I need to restart my phone. The autocorrect is killing me. 3 by 35. Oh yeah, these go through the end here. All the way through the end here. That's interesting. Those are good. 2 more of those. These, I gotta recheck every time. Okay, so that is together. Still, we have the question back here of this is within a very small fraction of being right on. Okay. It's an Ultra 2.0. Oh no, no, this is its own thing. This is its own thing. Okay. Repeat this process to secure the Z-axis bracket rear to the left using 2 additional of those. Remove the 2 printed bed frame alignment tools. What? We haven't actually done anything with putting the belts through though. Because this whole thing, ooh, it moves. Remove the, continue on the left side of the machine. So this is the left side. During the process of installing the tensioning Z-axis belts, the goal is to keep the bed frame flush to the printed bed leveling alignment blocks at each corner. Start by wrapping the left Z-axis belt around the left GT40. So that's here. here. You may need to turn the drive shaft a bit until teeth are properly meshed with the teeth of the belt. Random fact, those tortoise eggs that my female laid during your stream a few months back hatched. Nice. Belt routes by this guide on the rear side of the belt tensioner. Okay, so it routes here. At the top of the machine, the belt feeds through one side of the Z-axis belt idler assembly, curves up, and then around the idler pulleys back down through the other side. It may help to bend or preform the end of the Z-axis belt to help facilitate the routing process. Okay, this sounds fun. Are these the first tortoise babies you've had, Brent? There we go. That wasn't as bad as I was fearing it would be. Nice. Okay, so that's one belt basically, because the next part is going to be grabbing one of these and putting the thing in there. So let's go here, and if you're having difficulty feeding the belt through the belt idler assembly, this is the view of the belt path if you were able to look inside the part. And I just did it and it just came through. So yeah, baby tortoises are super cute. I always wanted one when I was a kid. The belt is properly through the belt idler. Install the belt into the printed access belt tensioner. The material you choose to print the tensioner can withstand medium strength thread locker without compromising strength, then do that. Okay. And then let's do that first. So which ones is it? Because these are different. Oh, I guess it's... Is that right? What is different about these? They're mirrored, I think. Oops. I think they are mirrored. It goes with the, yeah. And there. Okay, so this is the side that goes right here. So let's find out if I need to, I think I'm going to just preemptively scrape this a bit. What's the next show you're going to be at, Zombie? Are you going to Murph? It is a long stream. I wanted to do some catching up. I'm still not... It was highly unrealistic for me to think I could have gotten through parts 1, 2, and 3 last stream. Now I'm seeing now. That was not a chance. But... Okay, so this goes just like this. So if that one extra tooth doesn't come back and bite me, slept and woke up and you're still here. Wow. It's a short nap. Okay, let's see if I can get this pushed in here. Very end of this. Need to cut this off to be just the last tooth, not, there we go. So the gantry is rigidly coupled to the frame, no spherical bearings. Correct. This This printer, like any of our current, well, just about any of our typical printers, spends 99 point something % of its time in a trammed state. As long as it doesn't skew when the power turns off, then you're fine. There's nothing that'll do the bed dance except for as a demo yet. You realize you've been streaming for over 6 hours? I do. Trying to wiggle this in. These are tight. With only 2 lift points, it has to be rigidly mounted. There we go. There. Now it's in. Okay, that goes in there. And I am probably good, but if that stretches much, I might want to take a tooth out. Have you taken a snack break yet? I have not, but I'm okay. M4x40 with a M4 washer. M4x40s are probably these or these. It's those. And an M4 washer. Let's do that like that. You need a Cinco de Mayo taco break. You guys have talked it up. It is going to be taco time of some sort. Oops. Do I have my... I do not. It must be in the other garage. The ball end version of this would be easier here. This means that the belt length has to be exactly the same on both sides. Does it? Yes. Okay, now we're gonna get this. And I'm not gonna tighten this fully yet. Just gonna get these to about the same on both sides, and that's already probably as tighter than it needs to be. So that is that side. I have not tightened up these. It's still kind of figuring out what this is doing back here. So I can tighten to the carriages because that's not going to change. But as far as the what is our next? Okay. Feed the right, similar to left, belt feed through, and help to bend. Tensioner in 2, and then that is done. Okay, so we are within 5 minutes or so of being done. We're gonna do the other side so this can be hanging on its own. And we'll have gotten through this part. There. So we basically rinse and repeat this side. So this comes through down here and then up through this little spot here. Interesting in terms of the tension, that one belt tooth, I might have to loosen the grub screws here and shift it in order for this to line up properly. And there's Kate. Yeah, I'll have to retime it. Yep. It's not. No timing effort into it so far. Well, next to none. Okay, so reaching up in there and turning by hand the idler helped significantly on making that route through there. So I got it most of the way, and then turning this idler was able to catch the teeth and pull it through. Use a zip tie to block the gantry from moving up while tensioning the belt. I've got 1, 2, 3 blocks here. 2, 3 blocks are magic. Where'd my little knife? Ah, there it is. Need to go ahead and loosen that drive pulley. I will. Oh, you know what I didn't do on the other side? I didn't put the grub screws in. I'm going to scrape this one a little extra. See you, Phil. Still have 200 people. It's six and a half hours. That's good. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna hope that that is enough to use my thin ruler here to help make sure I got all the stuff out of there. Okay, so now this is going to go in this. And I'm also going to cut that last partial, anything past that last tooth off. I'd probably recommend, folks, if you want to avoid this annoyance, is use this as one of your test prints as well. That definitely helped because this one was easier to do than the last one. Okay, M3x6 grub screws. See you, Teza. Almost done. With this on those 1, 2, 3 blocks, we should be able to loosen this side, and it should be really close to set once I get both of these side's done. Okay, the other side is going to mean removing this tensioner real quick. Washer. Won't have to remove that later. Yeah. Okay. So just throwing these grub screws on this side. Zombie, thanks for the banana. Appreciate it. I assume I'm not in Polar Ted's Club, at least because you guys aren't telling me about it. Nope. Long one today. We're almost done. We're within minutes of done. We've basically finished this step. We'll be starting on part 4 next week, which is kind of nice. That means this whole week I can work on other stuff because I'm completely ready for part 4. Everything's printed. So I'll be able to work on test station and anything else I feel like. It is a two belt. I will go get some food. Absolutely. This is only part 2. Are we skipping part 3? No, this is part 3. Don't tell me that we didn't do part 2. We did part 2. Finished part 2 and moved on to part 3. Okay, so that side is done. Now we need 2 more and 4 by whatever they were. What were they? And 4 by 40? Is that what they were? Yeah. And 2 more washers. Dragon Flame, thanks for the coffee and snack fun. Steve is talking in part of the instructions, not in the stream number. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, part of the instructions. You're absolutely right. That's the distinction. I like this belt tensioning system. Seems effective. So we'll see where these end up when it's actually tensioned. You ever find yourself getting burned out? I've been struggling to find motivation to do much of anything lately. Oh yeah. Yeah, so now we will go down here and because it pulled it up on one side, fortunately it's really close to begin with. Where did my, there it is. Okay, so now I'm gonna go under here and how am I gonna do this? Probably gonna turn these up on end and exit that way. Trying to get the scrub screws in a spot where I can get to them. So if that's right there, it's touching in the back. But this, I may have to move this off to the end here so I can get to those better. Here we are. Get all end driver. There we go. Now this should all push this down against the 1, 2, 3 blocks. And that should, given that these are about the same tension. That's interesting. I think there's no quad level gantry features available in this build. No. Nope, it's single Z stepper on this. Okay. Push down on everything, and then we can tighten up these grubs. And that should be now it should be aligned. Yep. Do everything you can during the build and then mesh. And this is why it's counterweighted. Okay. What I am going to do off camera in between strains is I'm going to make sure that this is all aligned correctly here. Make sure all of that is good. This will go down and it's going to rest on the stops that I have on the blocks. So yeah, that is the build of the day. There we are. That is our progress. Got the bed in here. We can set the bed in here. There we go. Ah. Oh, this uses yada yada. You still have some carts to tighten, I think, too. Yeah, the ends here need to be tightened. But that'll all be part of making sure that this is centered in the frame. With the bed in it, how heavy is it? I don't know, about that heavy. So anyway, with that, we're gonna call it. We are at nearly the 7-hour mark. So Tuesday, I'm hoping to start work on my test station. If I don't get a chance to be ready for that, then we'll do something else. Yeah, cool on the new CNC. I fixed the extrusions on this. So anyway, hope everyone has a good one. Thanks Polymaker for the filament giveaway. Thank you KB3D for enabling this build. Thanks for everyone who gifted memberships or became members. We will hopefully see you on Tuesday. If you just became a member today, go and check out the video I posted last night. Otherwise, have a good rest of your evening, and hopefully I'll see you Tuesday. Enjoy the build.